streams. You don't have to say it out loud. You can, of course, message me on Discord Messenger. We'll keep it all anonymous. If you have a problem with being streamed or anything like that, being recorded, please keep profanity and your racial epithets to a minimum. As, we try and put on a good face for the world, as much fun as we might try and have, as much fun as I'm going to have, of course, with this little bit of fun here. Okay, so yes, welcome to The Odd Job. Are we ready to go there, Lag? Need a minute more? Excellent. Hey, hello. This is Cozy with the Runner Hub. I'm going to be running a little Shadowrun 5th edition tonight with some of my friends from the hub. Well, they won't be my friends when I'm done killing all these runners in a horrible, horrible fashion here on The Odd Job tonight. I'm going to go ahead and give my consent for this recording to be made. And my friends when I'm done. Those of you listening in, it's Shadowrun 5th edition on the Runner Hub Reddit. I'm going to move down the table. If you can see my roll 20, I got Castle, Scaldy, Clisty and Flatline are just quiet observers hanging out, smoking cigarettes or doing whatever shady runners do when they hang out on a table and they're ghosts. We've got Rain, Pef Harbor, and my good buddy Corvus. I think we are just about ready to go. So, Castle, do you give your consent for this recording to be made?
Affirmative, Ghost Rider.
Fantastic, my friend. Good buddy Scaldy. How are you doing today, madame? Do you give your consent for this audio recording to be made?
Yep, we're good to go.
Fantastic. Rain, how about you, chummer?
Da,
fantastic. Pef Harbor, how you been rocking, my elven friend?
Yeah, of course, no problem. Doing great.
Good. You ready to be recorded? You give your consent?
Indeed.
Fantastic. And last but not least on my table, Corvus, how's it going tonight, chummer? You okay being recorded for this?
Good and yes.
All right, fantastic. We'll try to keep things evenly paced here. As we get to The Odd Job, this one's a foundation run in a metaplane. Oh my gosh, you say cross streams. The beams are crossing. The quantum overfill is going. Ghosts are coming out of every machine possible.
Streams,
but
you don't
first
have
off,
to say
we
it out
gotta
loud.
deal
You can,
with
of
the
course,
job
message me on Discord
as our
Messenger.
runners have received an invitation to a Runner Hub secure chat. This is one of 12 rooms attached to the main Runner Hub host. They've got a little encryption key on here, which is going to serve as their entry. But in this case, they can see the motif of the room and what room it's in. In this case, Nature Porn number 3. This is usually lovely, lovely vistas of times past and large untouched scenes undefiled by the hands of man or mega corporation. Castle, I'm just going to be going down the line real quick. I'm seeing what's going on with my runner's downtime before we deal with this incoming comm call of an urgent variety. Castle, what's going on with your downtime, chummer? Anything I need to know about?
The only thing that you might need to know about is Castle just got back from a long vacation at some resort somewhere, and he's pretty mum on who he's with or why he was there.
Will I be seeing pictures of this vacation circulating in the National Enquirer or the Underground Times or Tusk Life Industries weekly publication?
Only if I didn't break all the cameras.
Oh, dang. This is a scandalous runner heat right here, but I'm gonna keep this on the deal, keep the tension building here. Scaldy, anything going on with your downtime? You bailed your little, was it your niece out of jail yet for her indiscretions after you kind of left her with a lot of Nuyen and nothing to do on a Saturday night?
Yeah, currently she's at home with her niece, and there's, let's say, Force 3 spirit babysitting her.
Getting a little choppy on my side, but hopefully that's just my side. Rain, anything going on with your downtime, chummer, since your last run?
yeah, just getting kind of frustrated with how impossible it is to keep anything the Redmond Barons clean. Thinking about moving out. Other than that, just staying sharp in the arcane, running the shadows.
Real tough to be living in a stream of constant industrial effluent drifting up the old jet stream from Auburn. But hey, that's the cost, and that's why people live in the barrens and squatter lifestyles. Maybe it's time to upgrade. You want to get into the city, or are you still looking for that naturalist lifestyle?
I don't know. I'm just trying. I'm still new to Seattle. I'm smelling all that it's got to offer. We'll see. Maybe the Orc Underground seems semi-appealing. A couple other trogs to spend some time with, not get so many side glances?
Maybe it's just kind of the underground now. All those freaking non-Tusk people are trying to move in and claim they always live there, even after they kicked all the orcs down there after the Night Rage. But hey, we won't get back into that whole story, will we? We won't go digging up those ghosts. As we continue on down the line to my good friend Corvus here. Anything going on in the downtime since your last?
Corvus does the same thing that he always does, which is, expensive food, imported whiskey, handmade cigarettes, and gambling with the old ladies down the street uh, Domino's for cheap money. It's just about the thrill.
I mean, are you playing with the old ladies that are playing dominoes or mahjong, or are they throwing some Chinese checkers
let's
around?
do.
That's my personal.
He's in Bellevue, so I'm not really exactly positive of the cultural makeup down there. But
are you literally gambling with the old ladies?
Oh yeah, no, I mean I'll do some rolls right now if you want to. But again, it's for him. It's just for thrills. He just likes to gamble. It's not about big money. So
he could take all your meeting at the casino. I'll come up with a real vicious dice system offhand to deal with your.
Yeah, at most he's probably going to spend 1,000 at most, like tippy tops.
Tell you what, why don't you roll me edge?
I will do that. So what is that roll again? Just a 1d, just
straight up edge, whatever your edge rating is, my friend.
Oh, okay, just 2d6 then.
Ooh.
He's not very good at gambling. That's why he likes to do it.
This is not actual Shadowrun rules, folks. This is just me having some fun with a player who's willing to risk it all as he wins. Well, he only loses 50%. I mean, I guess if you're an optimist, it's only losing 50% rather than losing half your stash, which would be the.
Well, I mean, I suppose he breaks even.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll call it break even. We'll be nice to you today. You did not win. You're also not gambling with 3, which could have been lose everything. I would really love to see 2 1s there, but
just the old ladies are sharks. They take all his money.
Straight up, those old ladies are sharks. You ever been to a baccarat table with some old ladies? They will shove you to the side. They got their little canes there. They shove that right up in your solar plexus, knock the wind.
Just damn your eyes, Ethel.
I'll tell you what, Maisel kids these days think they're going to edge their way on my craps table. I'm throwing snake eyes till we get these boys. Pef, I think I skipped you there. Has anything going on with your downtime, my friend?
Nothing that actually adds to a character sheet, but he has been reading up an awful lot on advanced physics ever since he got made to feel a little stupid, and has been kind of holding that as a sore spot a little while ago.
Calibi, yeah, multiversal structure theory of the multiverse. Wow, this stuff's getting pretty deep here as you get into some of that string theory stuff, and your head starts really exploding when you think about your job going into the Matrix. Is anything really real? Are the technomancers really what? If the technomancers are bending the physics and the magicians are bending the world physics, how does any of the quantum physics works? Maybe it's all quantum physics. What's going on? But yeah, you are keeping your head on straight as you dig through piles of educational textbooks and sharpen your mind. But nothing else going on with your downtime I need to know about?
No.
Well, chummers, you are getting an invitation to this lovely little Runner Hub chat. The invitation expires after 29 minutes. Somebody flipped a hell of a bill buying you 30 minutes on a secure chat host. I'm going to be coming down the line next asking you what device you're connecting on, whether you're connecting in hot sim, cold sim, or AR, and then where you'll be connecting from. As you pick up the phone, and shall we do a little random roll, see what time of day it is, or do you all trust me to pick a random time on the clock?
I trust.
I trust you, Cozy.
I trust you to make it interesting.
Trust is such a subjective word.
On Cozy's clock, we're looking at 12:38 because it's always 38 after whenever I look at a clock for some reason. So it's a little bit after high noon in Seattle. The partial cloud cover is really being partial right now as the sun's getting its one chance today during this hot summer, well, not hot, but balmy summer day to get its chance to shine through and actually show some light on the megaplexes that scrape across the skies and the bottoms of clouds as rain falls sporadically throughout the rest of the districts. Where are you guys at 12:38 p.m. as you get this comm call? What are you taking the call on? And AR, Cold Sim, Hot Sim, Castle?
Castle is in a very grimy, secured bar, and by secured it means it's a bunch of good old Scroucher boys at the front and the bottom of the underground, hanging out in the back. He is in AR, and he is on his deck. He is not near his house.
Gotcha. Deck underground. Scaldy.
Scaldy's on the MCT 3500, and she's at home in AR, wishing that summer break would.
Fucking teachers need to get off this goddamn organized strike they have every summer. What is this? They can't take these kids back. Don't people understand? You can't put up with this kid all day. Rain.
Yeah. Rain's really limited to AR at this point, so he's gonna hop in that way. Get all comfy in his single chair at his apartment, just relaxing on a warm afternoon.
A warm afternoon as you breathe through your fashion respirator or whatever respirator you have handy as that lovely, lovely northward pressure comes through, bringing a smell that's somewhat akin to a baby diaper. It's a little bit raw that's been dropped in the sawdust bin and then set on fire rather unceremonious. Pef.
Yeah, Pev is sitting in a beanbag at home, just plugged in Hot Sim VR, just digging through pile after pile of library books whenever the call comes in. Switches gears. He'll be on his Renraku Sarugi.
Riding the Sarugi Hot Sim. I dig it. I dig it, Summer. I dig it as you get a load of the Runner Hub host floating out there in space as the cold chill of zero gravity slips past you and you load through the airlock into the Runner Hub space station there, looking around the little dais for the 12 familiar chat rooms that serve as the hub's secured and possibly unsecured Johnson mate rooms. But that's for another moment here as I come back to Corvus.
Corvus is enjoying a lovely foie gras at a restaurant downtown as Edgar, he got a little plate of liver. So he's just got a giant raven sitting at a table in an outdoor patio at a fancy restaurant.
Okay, now, while you're doing this all super fancy, how do you feed the raven?
Oh, it's just sitting on the table eating liver off like a nice plate.
You're not telling me you're paying some lousy human drone to stand there and spoon feed your raven for you to like chop off little bits of it and hold it up into a spoon up to its little beak?
No, you can handle it. He's got it.
He's going to give you a foul look as you have not brought the waiter to the table this. What's that raven's charisma?
Let's see. It is. 1 second. It's kind of buried in here. That charisma will be 3.
Buried way down there, isn't it? Is it actually on your sheet anywhere? Not
Did
on
I-
the sheet on
Did you not hear me? I said 3.
radio check 1 2.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I heard 3. You don't have his willpower though handy.
Willpower's 2.
He's gonna give you a very ravenish look. Are you gonna roll judge intentions, or are you just passing this off as he nibbles at his bit of pickled liver?
Well, I do have sense link, so I know what he's thinking, or at least feeling anyway.
When he chooses to share it with you, right?
I don't think so. I think I just always know. Like we have a telepathic link. He knows what I'm feeling. I know what he's feeling.
At this point, the thought very politely would be phrased as miser. The other phrases might be cheap ass, stingy bastard, or just lazy human, as you haven't paid another human to spoon feed this crow for it. This raven for it. Nice to actually bend down and pick up the food out of the plate rather than have someone hold a spoon up to its beak for it. Disappointing.
We are going to have a discussion about your level of entitlement, Bird. At any rate, while I'm eating, I'm okay with just audio through Transis Avalon rating 6, running diagnostics, and with just a Trode patch for the audio. So I'm not blasting the conversation out into the restaurant. Or, well, I mean, it's the patio of the restaurant, but still.
The raven gives you a look of circumspect disapproval that only a feathered reptile could give a lousy warm-blooded mercy. As you connect to your comm call and it continues watching you and bending down to pick up that delicious liver off the plate.
Edgar can think whatever he wants. He's huge and fat for like a bird. You know, I've been taking care of this bird. He's like twice the size of like a normal raven, so he can just stuff it.
So he's got twice the sense of entitlement as a normal raven?
Yeah, he needs to chill out.
Twice the sense of entitlement of a normal raven. I want you to think about that, my friend. As this bird stares at you while an ARO field opens up in front of you, to a very simple suite here. Nature Porn 3. You're actually standing on top of Mount Everest at this moment. A large sweep of clouds off to the southeast obscures most of India, though you can see where large industrial plants are currently spewing a large amount of carbon dioxide and other pollutants into the atmosphere, staining some of the cloud cover that would be covering most of southern India. As you gaze northwestish into West China and northern China, you can begin seeing some amazing sights in front of you. You feel Pef, an incredible ice-biting cold. However, your limbs have not begun turning blue yet, fortunately, as you find it just a little bit difficult to catch your breath, and the air smells slightly thin, but it is, however, charged with electricity. As you guys look around the top of Everest, having logged into the host here, you're going to see a single gentleman standing here wearing what looks like an ancient explorer's suit. He's got some of those big aviator goggles on and a giant explorer's outfit with a massive parka that's fur-lined, and a number of animal pelts strapped to him with leather straps and other accoutrements, simple brass buckles and things like that. Very difficult to place the exact century of the humanoid figure, the persona logging in front of you. However, the glasses probably say 16th, 17th century, at least when they might have been making some kind of safety goggles like those. The figure stands with his hands on his hips and a pious stature as he looks at the group of you logging in from your various locations with your various setups. Excellent. Thank you all for arriving today. I have a brave new world for a group of intrepid individuals to explore, and I believe I have selected a proper mix of the talents I'll need for this particular endeavor. I will be simple and very straightforward with you, as time is money, and I would like to get a refund on what's left on the room, you understand. He smiles at you all with a very gingerly smile behind a mask that's very difficult to tell. Perhaps he's smizing with his eyes as his shoulders lean back, but a little bit difficult to tell without a judge intentions or some other skill roll. In this circumstance, he simply holds up an ARO display in front of him that shines through the sun about 5 miles closer here as you stand on top of Everest. In spite of the high resolution of the screen behind you, the ARO stands out clearly in front of you, displaying a fine balance of approximately 25,000 nuyen ahead for you guys. 125K. 125K, 25,000 ahead. He's got a slush fund on here of about 10,000 also attached. That's ready for immediate transfer with a 50% down payment, 12,500 a piece. If you put in your cred stick number, there's also a file ready for transfer here. Looks like a fairly thick dossier on some kind of project this guy's got going on. As he continues to speak and waits for you to key in your cred stick number. We've got a little project getting a team of specialists across a very dangerous set of terrain. My intelligence is suspect, and I have very low expectations that you should be able to complete this mission. However, if the data I have looked up is correct, I may be able to expect some degree of success, and you may, of course, find yourselves with some powerful friends in a different space and time, as it were. This is all fairly new to me. I never studied all this magical dreck in my own life, but I'm in need of a team to get to a metaplane, or a special metaplane, and I can't tell if it's a subplane or some other phenomenon, but the stories I have are true. Regardless, you'll be going there and finding a piece of technology and implanting a code in that piece of tech, should you be able to find it. The owner is a irascible character. A number of approaches may work with him. However, he is quite crafty and may prove quite dangerous to some of you. I expect you all to have numerous questions. However, there's very little I can tell you without compromising my own interest, of course, until you agree to the contract. So let's keep questions brief here, as time is, of course, money here, and I do have more runners I can reach out to.
Just to clarify, this is a request to travel to a metaplane, and within that metaplane, there's going to be some kind of piece of technology that we presumably can interact with like a normal matrix device.
If the report I've heard and the mental image that was conveyed to me is correct, I believe in this case, yes, you will be infiltrating a comlink factory in a metaplane.
Wow. Okay, that's an interesting use of resources.
I was gonna rub his temple and ask, is there any reason for us to think that technology might not work quite the same way there? Or
There's a lot of precedence for nothing working the way you think it would in the metaplane, but maybe they found one where it functions fine.
So, those of you who have magical threats may feel free to roll that skill at this point. Magical theory would also apply, though your threshold is going to be higher for accurate knowledge with that skill. If you have the summoning skill and a lack of those other two skills, you can try rolling that with logic or intuition instead of magic in this case as your background knowledge skill to see if you understand anything in that realm. However, your threshold is quite high in that.
What about spirits?
Indeed, spirits are the big problem when you go to metal planes. And Castle, you have heard of something in the past in your vast career. And those things, can you guess, starts with a G? Sometimes they're fuzzy. I had that movie about pouring water on them and then they turn into reptile like that.
Gremlins.
Yeah. The only people who could want a fragging comlink factory in a goddamn metaplane would be some goddamn gremlins.
Huh. Interesting.
Depending on the era of comlink factory too, I mean, this could be as small as a single room facility. This could be something that you would pump into the back of a stuffer shack that recycles old parts and pulls them back out. Either way, most likely the only kind of spirits that would be interested in having some kind of powered piece of technology in a metaplane would be gremlins. Or the Sealy Court, but that's neither here nor there. And those guys are pretty freaking crazy themselves, aren't they?
Are gremlins resonance spirits or are they standard astral spirits? Or resonance
Standard
spirits?
astral spirits.
Really? Oh, okay, cool.
Well, I will connect a DNI to my compatriots or just counterpoints there and say, of everyone assembled here, does everyone feel like they have the appropriate skill sets to either deal with a metaplane or with a technological device?
I believe so. Yeah.
I'd be more suited for the metaplane, but yes.
Yeah. Corvus as well.
Because I sure as shit don't know how to deal with the damn magic, so I'm gonna need some help. But I'm more than comfortable inside technology.
Well, there we go then.
Corvus will pipe up and say that now, if anyone else has a bad feeling about what's going on here, I was told as a child if something's too good to be true, it usually is. So when he asked for that cred stick number, I recommend you use the actual cred stick and maybe not any of your account information if you catch my drift.
Mm-hmm. Standard practice.
Affirmative.
Look at you with a banking account.
I have many legitimate pursuits that I have interest in.
Good for you, chummer. I don't.
I'll figure in a parka with a pair of heavy goggles on stares at you across a vast open landscape that seems to stretch across a heaven of clouds as the endless ripples of gray sky stretch around you, while a single slope of rock that has been coated with ice thousands of times over and weathered by the pressure of time and space and wind, of course, now stands between you and him. He looks at the rest of you. Is this contract amenable to your professional standards?
With the information we have at the moment, I believe so.
Affirmative.
You can meet with the ritual sorcery team who will open the astral gateway from you. We only have a single contact there that you might be able to reach. I would mind your company with them. However, there may be other ways and other means of finding the location of this particular source in the metaplanes once you get. As you guys download the file, a dossier explodes in front of you. It begins talking about a particular disappearance in Kowloon Walled City shortly after the Yama Kings incident of the early 2050s, where an entire block on a small shopping mall apparently disappeared during a wireless power transmitter accident. When this block disappeared, it basically left a hole almost in reality as it took the entire street, most of the substructure, most of the shops, about 12 employees, and quite a lot of square footage. And they all vanished into a single spherical space.
Okay.
All right, I've heard of that.
Yes. Evidently, nothing was ever found again until recently. Evidently, a comlink that was licensed to that company, or comlinks licensed to this company, one of the companies that was on this block at least, have begun turning up in various criminal stashes where criminals get busted. In this case, they've been found at some major police-inspired raids, mainly in Hong Kong, though a few in the UCAS, and of course in the CAS as well. These comlinks have been turning up around the planet in kind of odd locations, and they never work when the police find them and turn them on, interestingly enough. However, they seem to be attached or in bulk stashes with other burner comlinks where all the comlinks go bad as soon as the police turn up.
Cool.
Starting to get a little bit of a picture of what's going on here.
Evidently, they have found, well, at least they had one testimony from a person who's been to the metaplanes. Evidently, some law enforcement investigator was over there asking some pertinent questions. And the spirit requested a burner comlink he had on him as part of his UC cover when he had gone into the astral gateway. As part of its payment, it promptly smashed the burner comlink and dragged it through, mentioning something about a gremlin king. This Gremlin King apparently owns the Comlink factory and has been, as part of his bargains with other free spirits on the regular material plane, passing out his Comlinks, which are infected with the spirits of his minions, as he sends out burner comms into the world, where people can update the software, they can change things around, but eventually the power supply tends to go bad at a wrong time. Or the Gremlin King can hit people up when they need a burner the most and say, make another deal.
All right.
Is there any common sense information we know about gremlins? Like what their motivation is? Are they jerks or tricksters? I guess is the
Yes.
Think about them more like pirate malware that hijacks your computer and puts it behind a ransomware. In this case, the ransom they demand is karma, or your life force or energy, or some degree of the existential thought within you, as at that worst possible moment when you need a burner to send that message, and you happen to have one of these in the pocket. It's going to boot up, and you're going to have an interaction with the Gremlin King that's going to be pretty unpleasant. Obviously, nobody's come forward about this. However, when they do find these comlinks in batches, a lot of them tend to be infected with the same data. So it is spreading like a virus, essentially, but a magical osmosis burner comlink virus.
well. I guess what I'm asking is like for a larger motive. Like, do they do that because that's how they survive? Are they like parasites on karma, or could they just mind their own business and be fine? Like, are they doing it because they're assholes? Is I guess
they're
my
essence
question.
vampires.
They're
Okay.
essence vampires. That's how
So-
they power themselves. They're a branch of demons.
So it's not quite so much that they're jerks. They're just,
They need it to survive, and they
Yeah.
try to extort it the least violent way possible,
Gotcha.
which is hijacking your shit at the worst possible time.
Okay.
So it's a data grabbing with a twist.
I'm just jotting notes down on the center of the page, by the way. If anyone has anything else to add, go for it.
Corvus is actually going to try to procure some pen and paper. I know that's kind of a weird, grab nowadays, but I think he's going to try to find just a regular old pen and some paper.
And just start writing direct down. I mean, you can transfer the dossier to your comlink as you're connected to this chat right now, and it's going to scrub your trail behind it as the file is open for you. As soon as you put your cred stick key in and get your down payment, your 50% up front. If you guys would all be so kind as to roll me 1d6 to who is my lucky slush fund winner.
Oh.
Woo! Got some hot dice burning up all your good luck.
Oof.
All right, Corvus and Pef. I think you're both pretty low there on the edge rating.
Yep, 2.
Yeah, Pef has 3.
In this case, Pef, you will be the lucky transferee who receives not only the regular 12.5 thousand nuyen, but the extra 10,000 nuyen slush fund to your cred stick account. You'll be getting the number of one Henry Darve, apparently some kind of astral investigator who is your contact to meet up with, to get an astral gateway arranged that will teleport you to the metabells in the metaplanes, which was the last point of contact, or at least point of direction. The KE investigator who gave you his testimony on the metaplanes and his experience with that spirit and the Gremlin King, or finding out about the Gremlin King, gave. So you'll be meeting up with some people called the Tsuchigumo, pardon me, there.
So do we get the 12.5 now, the advance?
You get the advanced 12.5, 50% of your down payment. You get 10,000 transferred directly to PEF, though probably everyone will see that payment go through just to keep things fair and up.
All righty.
So, question here for all of our metaplane cognizant folks. Um, if there's going to be matrix work done, and if it's likely going to be the deep kind, um, is does our equipment come with us into the metaplane? How does that work? Is it just souls?
No, you bring your stuff too.
Yeah, it's like a pocket reality. So all the you're traveling there physically.
Yes. So there's a couple ways to access it. The one way is the dream world state, possibly astral projecting and pointing into the Gaia-sphere at a point where you feel the obliteration of your soul and connection with the dweller on the threshold, who stands before the bridge that stretches out into the dark infinity of the metaplanes across the astral sea. The other option, of course, is to make a deal with a great spirit or some other avatar who may be able to have the astral gateway. This is well known by the greater Shadim, who bring their spirits into the world through that astral gateway. But other spirits are known to be able to do it.
Mr. GM, when I hear the name Henry Darvey, I know his daughter pretty well.
That you do, my friend. Would you like to? Well, you probably don't need to roll memory to make that connection there. It's a pretty symbolic name, and you know his daughter, and you, I believe, looked him up personally. You would know he is an astral investigator and a private consultant for various security firms and AAA and AA companies who are looking for a little extra consultancy out in the metaplane.
Affirmative.
What would you like to know about him?
I would call Henrietta and say, she's a technomancer and connected to all of this. What does she know about digital technology on the metaplanes?
I mean, straight off the bat, she's a technomancer, so she's gonna say she hears crazy stories, and she believes that she's been to a metaplane in the resonance realms possibly once or twice, but she can't get her dad to verify that because he's the one with a THD, and he always slaps her down when she tries talking magical theory with him. As she begins grinding her jaw, and you can hear those tusks clack against the top incisors there.
All right. Is there anything important that I should know if about your pops or his research? It looks like we might be doing work based on his research.
She's just gonna tell you that if you have someone magical with you who can tell her it's still her dad, it would really reassure her because he makes deals with spirits that are into possession and inhabitation. And sometimes she's wondered if it really is him that she's come home to after day of school.
Oh, that's not fucking horrifying. Sweet. Okay. Alrighty then. Well, I will keep that in mind. Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
I should probably roll that. I think that's your first favor from her, so she'll not even be chalking that one up as it's more of a.
That's actually my second favor from her. I had her editor a file last run.
What's her loyalty?
2.
Okay. Yeah, no, she still gives you that one. That's unusual for 4d6. Okay, cool. Yes, Henrietta is actually still picks up the phone. It's not too late in the afternoon here. It's about 12:39, 12:40 p.m. This is still the 24th? Yes, it is the 24th of 24th of July. This 2081. So
I have a question.
shoot.
Is the team aware of the conversation that was just held, especially regarding the details of possession and mingling with bad spirits?
So as soon as I'm not going to reveal that I was talking to his daughter specifically, but what I'll do is I'll tell the team, calling on some contacts, investigating our current departure point. One of the things I would love our astral team members to do is sense the damn hell about Mr. Henry D'Arve and make sure that he is not with any has any parasites
Okay.
floating around in him.
Okay, so
Uh,
hearing that, I will make a suggestion. So, DM, I do not, or GM, I do not know how this kind of larger, bigger spirit stuff works, but I am sort of in contact with a great spirit who, we're kind of connected. I offer the possibility that instead of going with this guy to open up our way to the plane, who possibly is dabbling with spirits who demand like soul sacrifices and possessions and junk like that, my spirit may be able to do it, and all that my spirit is going to do is maybe the worst, play a real big prank on you, or if you're real stupid, kill you and eat you.
I don't need gremlins trying to dick me over and some big spirit trying to dick me over, so I just rather use the Johnson's method.
All right,
Let's,
well,
uh,
I'm just
roll me Arcana +6 real quick.
is that Corvus?
Yeah, that's for you, Corvus.
Okay,
So I believe 10d6 there.
yeah, let's do that. I'll take your word for
As
it.
CT's been in your personal presence before.
So wait, Arcana +10. What would be the limit on that? Just astral or mental or?
Yeah, we'll call this your astral limit.
Okay.
This is more just a background knowledge check as you think back to what ZT is, and oh wow, nicely done. Yeah, she did inhabit and then disinhabit, and subsequently the person who she had inhabited died during your last Johnson interview with her. So she's into that shit as well. She
Well, no.
may very well. She
No,
may
I'm talking
very
about-
well be the one in touch with Henry.
I'm talking about Great Raven.
Oh, you're talking about Great Raven. Oh.
Yeah, the worst that Great Raven is going to do is humiliate you with a prank, or if you're very stupid and you're a fool, he'll kill you and eat you. But I don't think that anybody here fits that description.
You don't humiliate Scaldy.
Yeah, like he will. If you are very stupid and he doesn't like how dumb you are, then he will do bad things to you. But as long as you show that you're not a fool, he'll be amused by you and just settle for pranking you, which I say is a better risk than possibly being possessed by a demon. Just putting it out there.
well, let's assess this gentleman first and see how we're handling it, and then we'll be fine.
Gotcha. It's still about 12:10 p.m. What does the team want to? Well, no, sorry. 12:48 p.m. 10 minutes after. What's the team doing here? As we look out at a Wednesday afternoon in Seattle.
Say that last part one more time. Sorry.
It's 12:48 p.m. What are you guys thinking about doing here? As you've got the number of Henry D'Arve, and you've got possibly a couple other ways to get to the metaplanes. You've got other spirits you might be able to call upon, Talismongers, Talislagers, and other things like that. May be able to network in the spirit world. How do you want to get to the Gremlin King?
I recommend that we at least take the meat. Worst case scenario, we walk away and tell him we can investigate the job otherwise. Actually, just to clarify, he gave us an info dump. What is the explicit goal? Which was not clear.
The explicit goal is currently a data file and a portion of an anchor key for a foundation. If you can't find a foundation host somewhere inside this comlink factory, you're instructed to get into whatever regular data host there is there and insert a file just so they can track these comlinks because there might be ulterior motives there as well.
Who was our decker? Was it Castle?
We got two.
Yeah, Castle and Peth are both. Peth are both deckers.
I'll send a message to both of you asking how secure that you can make our comms for a second.
Best that I can.
Well, I have something sensitive to ask you guys to do, just in case.
I mean,
Oh,
I
yeah.
throw it in there. I do all the secure things, throw up full matrix defense the entire time, have the agent assist, do that kind of shit.
Yeah, throw some matrix perception checks for tags.
I'd like one of you to try to find out who it was that the guy was impersonating. I get the feeling that when we met him, he was, I'm thinking old timey 1930s Everest climber, no equipment, no oxygen tanks. It's obviously a hero of his. So maybe if we get an idea of what kind of mask that he's wearing, we get an idea of more of what kind of person he is. And I'm nervous about this job. This sounds definitely super sus, and we're kind of, it's not like a normal job where something goes wrong, we can just disappear into the crowd and we're going to be in a metaplane. So I'd like to know sort of the motivation before we go in, that we're not getting hosed. He's paying us an awful lot of money. It's just I'm into the job. It's just I want to be cautious.
Top of Mount Everest, white guy, 1940s. It's Sir Edmund Hillary.
And if he's trying to dick us over, he wouldn't have
Blow
paid
it.
so much.
He hadn't paid us yet.
Yeah, he did. He paid us half.
Yeah, it was half, man.
Well, that's nothing. I got that much money. I could have covered the advance. So I'm just saying he hadn't really paid us much yet. He said that he was going to pay us a lot, but I haven't quite done it yet. So I'm just saying it's I'd like to at least get an idea for the guy's motivation. That's all.
We're going to be meeting with the person that we're going to be meeting now. The real question is, does a quick T1 give me anything on Tsuchigumo, Mr. G?
I mean, I could tell you about Tsuchigumo.
Yeah, they're a tribe of insect eaters that are basically fighting an incessant metaphorical battle with the Inve in a dark region of the metaplanes called the Metabels. These are the webs at the end of the cosmos, basically where the insect spirits fear to tread as you begin getting closer and closer to the dark, legally distinct terrors. The Tsuchigomo actually have a bit of a tribal-like lifestyle, kind of picture Native American insect tribe, if that makes sense. Kind of like ant people. They got about 6 limbs, I think, total. 4 arms, 2 legs, and wield a lot of natural weaponry. And they thrive on a diet of ant spirit bits. As the Inve opened up permanent portals to try and invade the dark part of the web that these folks inhabit, and they kill them mercilessly.
Are these the spirits that was on the last meta run? Or not meta run?
Yes. Yes, in fact, Scaldy, you would recognize them.
Rain as well.
The testimony, Rain was also there. You two would probably recognize the testimony from this guy talking about interacting with the Tsuchigomo and them demanding his comlink from him. And suddenly he's starting to seem like Sean Quigley a whole lot.
Wait, when you say he seems like Sean Quigley a whole lot, this is not Sean Quigley who's like, oh, I've been in the metaplane so long that I've aged now and taken on a new identity.
Go ahead and roll me your memory check.
Can I roll a memory on Sean Quigley?
Can I
Well,
call?
he's kind of faceless right now, so you kind of don't have a context for him. Rain and Scaldy do have a context for him talking about.
Fair enough.
And
What is memory again? I can't seem to find it.
willpower plus logic.
Thank you.
Damn it.
I remember some stuff.
All right, it's Quigley.
It's just straight up Quigley?
It's straight up Quigley with a faceless system and a voice warper on. But yeah, he's talking about basically meeting up with a Tsuchigomo chieftain and trying to sound badass about it. Evidently not thinking that the world of magical shadow runners who would turn up for a job was this small.
I mean, there's not a ton of us.
Exactly. He sits in an interview chair, basically talking about the Tsuchigomo chieftain, basically bartering him initially out of his burner comlink that he had on his person, and smashing the thing and saying the Gremlin King will rot in hell over there.
And this is in the dossier, this video interview.
Yeah, it looks like an after-action interview that KE would do as part of a post-traumatic stress review. However, most of the vital data is redacted, and of course, he is kind of faceless out and has a voice warper on, but kind of looks like his physique. There's only a few guys with a Felix the Cat tattoo on their bicep. I mean, what the fuck is that about anyway?
Cool. Good to know he's still kicking.
This all hits my ears so sour.
Oh God.
I'm gonna hit up the Squigster.
Can I hit up quickly?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, you dick.
I was gonna say, what loyalty do you have him at?
4 loyalty.
Okay, cool.
Shouldn't it be
He-
higher?
Should it?
No, sorry. I'm thinking of someone else. My bad.
I also have 2 chips on him, so
Yeah, call up your boy.
You hit up Sean Quigley, Knight Errant Executive Protection Officer, who is still on leave after getting brought back from the Metaplanes. Kind of forcibly by a team of runners that kind of look like you, Scaldy.
does he not? I mean,
He was pretty out of it when we brought him back. He might not remember 100%.
I mean, his girlfriend shot him in the back with an arrow. That might have something to do with it.
does he remember me yanking the arrow out?
Probably. I mean, that kind of pain kind of sticks with you for.
Great. So I'm gonna call him and after the greeting formalities, ask him about gremlins because I know Jack Diddley squat.
Now, I'm going to enforce some heavy role play on this since we are on an audio chat. You are familiar with the Swedish chef from the Muppet Show?
Sure.
I want you to talk like him for a few minutes, I believe.
Give me a second.
Because Scaldi is Swedish, right? Or Danish, something like that.
Oh, wait, did I just make it? No, never mind. I just made a serious foot pop. Shut up, Cozy. Anyway, we're not being recorded or anything. You don't have to do the Swedish chef.
That is mocking.
Scooty booty hooty dinger. I don't know.
Yeah, let's definitely not pantomime that.
It's funny because they talk different.
God. All right. We're back in character. All right, Shelmer, how you doing? It's 12:40 p.m. What, you got a hot taco location?
Yeah, I need some help, friend. I'm going back to the Metaplanes, and I need to know about the Gremlin King.
Oh, Drek. He hired you, didn't he? Ah, Drek. Look, that's crazy, dude. The Marston's nuts on this one. You can't be listening to him. There's no way this is gonna work. It was just something crazy the Tsuchigumo talked about all the time. Like they weren't able to get out of their section of the Metaplanes to go raid the Gremlin King without, no matter how bad they were pissed at him. They're never going to get that deal, that barter, or that bargain back. It's just one of their old myths about like. And I mean, I know he found the section of block that disappeared, and there's all the stuff they found in the Resonance Realms, and the deep data archives and stuff like that, kind of correlated to the phone logs. But that stuff's all bullshit. I don't think he's going to find the Gremlin King. You're going to get some Deckers killed. You're going to get yourselves killed going in there.
You're really filling me with a sense of confidence here. What are the potential dangers with this?
You know what kind of demon a gremlin is?
I haven't encountered one.
Look, I don't know how far you're going to have to go to find that little block of Kowloon, that whatever they disappeared to bring in there to make those comlinks. But Chummer, like you're going to have possibly a couple metaplanes to go through. I don't even know what ones they're going to find to connect for you, because along the bridge, everything shifts every day based on the fluctuations of the astral sea. They're like floating islands, but you can never find the same island twice in the same place. I mean, you probably, if you can convince the Tsuchigoma to try and get you there, they might be able to sniff them down. They're going to try and track them the best they can for you. But another spirit might be able to find them, or at least a spirit that's on an adjacent plane might be able to find them for you. Otherwise, I don't know how you're going to. And even then, the guarantees that he's actually got a working host on that thing. I mean, sure, if it's got an industrial facility, I look. I'm not paid to think about that. I'm paid to protect people's bodies. Chummer, you got to figure out your own track. You probably know more about magic than me now, right?
Well, I appreciate you taking my.
Hey, just stay alive. Good luck, Charmer.
Yeah, thank you.
The comlink shuts down as it's about 12:50 p.m. on the clock, as you watch a few more of those delicious food trucks cruise by on the street on their way to the next stop.
So that didn't boost my confidence on this whole using the other spirit thing.
Scaldy's not telling the rest of the team the bad news.
I mean,
Scaldy, do you have Marston?
I don't think so.
Rain does.
I do.
So yeah, you have ID'd your boss, even if he is using a different handle on the runner hub. That might be part of what the AI is up to. Can you roll?
Roll.
You don't have like Xenosapien psychology, do you, or any kind of psychology? You're not telling any of your other teammates.
Don't
worry.
You know what? I'll tell Rain what he said, because we've ran before, and Rain also knows Squiggly.
Just saying, Scaldy and Castle have run together before.
Well,
wait, no, that was Cortez. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and also, the metaplane run was kind of interesting. So,
All right, cool.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard. Shoot, Rain's not a thinker. Rain's more of a wait till something bad happens. We fix the immediate issue.
Any other questions we have at high noon here on a summer day?
Once we're in, how do we get out?
That appears to be handled by your contact, Henry Jarvey. You do, of course, always have an exit from the metaplanes. If you travel far enough down the bridge in the right direction, you do wind up at the dweller. He's just going to ask you some real personal questions as you play truth or dare for your entire existence.
I mean, we could leave that in the hands of, a person and a bunch of spirits we don't know very well, or could possibly be possessed, or we could use one with a personal vested interest in keeping me alive, at least.
Rain is willing to do whatever it takes to get us there.
Well, again, I'm just making this clear to everybody. If we go with Great Raven, there is a price, and that is usually humiliation. Or you're gonna lose something. He's gonna steal something from you, or something.
I'd rather stay with the party line for the moment.
Yeah.
And use that as an option to pivot.
Well, if something bad happens, he'll pull me out either way. So I don't care. I've got an escape hatch.
Cool. When are we scheduled to meet with our contact that cough marched and set up with us?
He is awaiting your phone call. Your dossier says he needs 6 hours to set up the ritual site to open the astral gateway.
Oh, so it's like whenever we want to set up, we got to give him a 7-hour heads up. That's the deal.
Yep, and he will head out and set up the site and give you the meet location that the astral gateway will be opened at a time. Evidently, he will have the power to keep it open for roughly sunrise until sunset, or at least until whatever twilight hits, twilight or daybreak. And at that point, the gateway will reset. So make your plans based on that if you want to keep the gateway open a while. If things start popping through, though, no guarantees he may have to close it.
Do you guys notice time passes at the same rate on the metaplane as it does in the real world?
It goes faster or slower, I'm pretty sure, depending on which one you're on.
So we may or may not be able to do a lot of movement between sunup and sundown, depending on which one we're on.
Wasn't like Squiggly there for like a couple weeks, and he'd lived like a lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's over at the far end of the bridge, where time is moving slower, where they've inhibited the legally distinct terrors from conquering the universe and devouring your essence.
Do I?
Opposite effect happen where it's like, oh wow, I've been in here for months, or I've been in here for like a minute, but it's been like 30 days back in meat space.
If you're at one end of the bridge, yes.
Okay.
Sliding scale.
Well, I really don't have much that I can do to prep for something like this, so.
Yeah, do we need to be able to do well in the metaplanes? Do we need to bring in any extra supplies?
Not unless we're going to be there for like a month or so. What do you typically bring in a run?
I think probably want foci.
Well, yeah, but you bring those on a typical run.
Do you want reagents?
Yeah, that kind of thing is what I'm wondering.
That is what I meant. I need to buy some reagents.
We got a little slush fund here that we might as well make use of while we're in meat space, and it's useful. I don't know it'll have the same cachet where we're going.
The other thing I want to mention is I want to chat with Pef, the other decker, about what deck they have and if we might need to make a rental to up our chances of success.
Whip out decks and start talking shop for me.
Yeah, and so I'm rocking Rinraku Sarugi. I got it overclocked.
So you're doing better than me. I've got the Micro Azteca 300, the baby version.
Yeah. I don't know. You got a connect that might be able to hook it up? And how high could they hook it up?
I've got a handful. It just depends on how much we want to pay. So, Mr. GM, I'm exploring a couple of options, and this is what would Castle think between these options makes the most sense? Option one is text Orksan and ask if she knows somebody that can hook me up with a high quality deck on a day-to-day rental.
Damn. All right.
Option two is to do the same thing with my fixer. Option three is to do the same thing with White Ghost. Option four is to do the same thing with Marston.
This sounds like a lot of the same options.
No, these are all very different people, but it's really about what my character might think the relationships are most valuable.
I mean, so Scaldy has only told Rain that she suspects it's Quigley. They haven't mentioned to you that it could be Marston and Quigley, who are your employers, yet. If they do, that might change the situation with renting a deck from one of them. In the case of access to a high-end cyber deck, or what rating of cyber deck would you be looking for?
I mean, the pull a data hound 7 minutes in heaven with a paladin.
Okay, so you can't guarantee 7 minutes in heaven with a paladin when you're going to a meta plane. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know how long you're going to be in there necessarily.
Oh, that's true.
If you would like to rent a paladin, that might be able to be arranged by Orxan, or let's see, who else do you have?
I've got a connection through electronic broker. I don't know what Orxan it looks like.
So Orxan would be able to definitely get you a 5 or 6. Marston might be able to get you a 4 or 5. Gerber would be able to get you access to a 3 or 4 on a daily. And you could try the gutter snipes, though their pricing scale may be weird for rental.
Weird rules question here.
Shoot.
While we are in the metaplanes, do we have wireless connection? Like, can we, make an outcall while we're in the metaplanes? Or
So if you transfer wholly bodily with your equipment to the metaplanes, you'll still have a power supply so you can run a pan. You won't have wireless access to the actual trick.
Gotcha. And
while your pan is on, while your devices have power, you will be alluring gremlin spirits.
here's another weird question for you.
Shoot.
For the purposes of sympathetic link, would I still be able to, feel the emotions and give orders to my familiar while I'm on the while I'm on inside of a plane?
Yes, you will.
Okay. I mean, well, no, but the familiar's not in the plane with me. The familiar is outside.
Oh no, he won't be
Okay.
able to communicate.
Okay.
Your consciousness is wholly shut off and transported to another alternate dimension. So,
Gotcha.
Alas.
I will, by the way, lower my expectations or requests to something along the lines of a Fuji Cyber 7.
I believe we're rating 5.
Affirmative.
That would probably be within Orxan's purview or Marston's purview. Quickly might even be able to snatch you one out of the evidence locker for a couple days.
So I would basically call contacts in order of loyalty, like highest to lowest, minus Orxan, because I don't want to bother her unless it becomes necessary. So that's generally my pattern. So in that case, what I would do is I would start by calling Donna and ask her about something like that, and then quickly.
Okay, roll Donna with a medium proficiency in the circumstance of 12d6. You said the Cyber 7?
Yeah, something like that.
So I go digging through Chummer here. Does she owe you any chips currently?
She owes me 1 chip, it appears.
What rating is the Aztec on?
2.
In this case, she can rent you Fuji Cyber 7. You got to put your Azteca up for Hawk in her storage with her mob contact. But they'll let you do a loaner on it. You owe her 3 chips a day, however, while it's checked.
Oh boy. All right. Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. That is not going to take you long to set up, as you can pop on down to her office. And she's going to set you up with that lovely, lovely cyber deck after she opens. She sets a pair of briefcases on her desk, keys in one code to one briefcase, and keys it into the second briefcase. The second briefcase opens. As you put your cyber deck in there, it verifies the contents, basically scans it, makes sure all the component parts are there. Does a quick little device sweep on it, closes up the briefcase, and you see the passcode feedback to the other one, which promptly opens with the brand new Fuji Cyber 7 in it. Wow. Looks pretty hot even for a refurbished deck, but there it is right there in front of you in a lovely secured briefcase. Now begging for a biometric thumbprint for you as it is resealing and ready for your transportation.
Donna, you are a doll.
Hey, thanks again. You brought what family I got back together. As she kind of gives you a little Tusker fist bump there, and you walk out of her office to the sounds of a woman in labor screaming in a back room. So,
Wonderful.
mob doctor, as her life has turned around since being a beta meth addict. Fortunately, she ran into you. Anyway, coming down the line, anybody else looking for loaner gear or calling in any favors before you go risk your lives in another dimension?
I'm just gonna go pick up like 100 drams of reagents for my talismonger.
A 100 reagents at a rating of 2. I don't even think we sweat availability that low, as you can go rifling through the baskets kindly labeled Hermetic Hinwalapi. It kind of goes in alphabetical order: Urdu, Indu, other things like that. Incan.
I lied. It's not a talismonger. I just have a literal Norse priestess that I'm getting my reagents.
What's Helga of the North look like?
Tall and blonde hair with a Scandinavian bone structure.
She looks disapprovingly at you as you walk into her shop, as she says, "You really need to get your daughter in."
I don't know what you want me to do, but I am trying.
She's going to get you in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
She thrusts a small brown paper bag with some grease stains across the counter to you as you look in at some of that lovely organic sheep butter you use for reagents.
Oh boy.
Is it sheep? Yeah, I think that's what they got up there. Anyway, so you've got your bag of 100 reagents here, a nice greasy bag of butter and Swiss cheese and other goodies from the high farmlands as you head back off into the night and the dark and the deep sprawl as the megaplexes rise in the distance, and your tactical log is not going to keep you safe this time. You hear me?
Yeah.
Kill you. I'll burn your log. Anyway,
No.
yeah, you leave your Talasleger's shop as you, your Norse priestess's temple as you head back into the sprawl. What else we getting, team? Are we calling Henry? Are we arranging some other transportation? What are we doing?
Well, it is going to be another 8 hours. I suppose I have time for another meal.
That you do, my friend. This dinner is ready to roll around in the sprawl. A lot of those all-you-can-eat sushi bars are opening up. You've got steakhouses and other things like that. Please tell me about your food choice.
I have a favor that I'm going to probably ask Edgar, so I need to bribe him. I need to get something very good. You know what? I'm gonna see what he's in the mood for. I'm just gonna try to get a general psychic impression of what food he would like to be bribed with at the moment. So DM's call, I guess, or GM's call. Damn it!
Roll a 1d6 real quick.
All right.
Ooh, 3. In this case, he flies to a little. He's kind of pointing northward on your fist as you ask him what he's in the mood for. It's off to the northwest in Everett, kind of near the harbor, just south of the U.S. Naval Base, or the UCAS Naval Base. Looks like a little Italian restaurant. The name Mama Zozo's.
Bird, I'm not gonna ask how you learned about this place without me being around, but I'm gonna go ahead and take get a table, sit down, on the patio somewhere if they have one. Pull out a menu and do my best to emotionally translate the items so that he can peck out a choice.
He actually selects a few dinner's choices, including a tiramisu and a couple cannolis off the menu. As you look at some lovely fresh roasted coffee, hand ground there in the back, a number of spaghetti plates. You can kind of select your meat. You actively see, as you sit out on the patio, two homeless men begin fighting over the dumpster as the waiters empty one of the garbage cans into the dumpster out in the rear of the restaurant. Looks like they go into town over some garlic bread.
Well, I know that this is, so is this bird ordering all that? Like, is that all he wants? Does he realize he has me over a barrel here?
Yeah, all he's pecking out is the cannoli and the tiramisu as he points to them in your AR as you share your mind link with him and your DNI at the same time. It's a bit disorienting.
He does not need all that sugar, but what can I do? Yeah, I'll go ahead and order those for him. Would that be covered by lifestyle costs, or do I need to make a...
You're still in medium?
Yeah.
That's going to be about 40 million.
Well, you know what? I'm going to expense that. It's 40 million. Come on. This is important for the run. This is work money.
Those of you back watching that shared slush fund will see it drop to 9,960 new.
Okay.
With an expense registered to Mama Zozo's, billed as what would this be? Supper?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
So
Supper desserts.
what I'm going to do my best to imprint on him, the orders that I'm going to give him is that when we go through this gate, this metaplane gate, I want him watching out for us. Hanging out at the window seal, just generally watching. And if something was to happen, and I know that he's a bird and doesn't really understand what something is, but to the best of his ability, if something seems out of place, to go and get a bunch more ravens and use Gestalt consciousness to try to help us out. Maybe try to swarm the building, break in through some windows, disrupt whatever bad stuff is maybe happening. And I know it's a big ask because it's kind of pushing his mental ability, but that's the plan.
This bird, this cold-blooded reptile, looks up at you across the bridge of thousands of years of evolution. Your simian brain trying to reach out to its reptile consciousness and instill it with some sense of vengeance. As you fed it for so long, that must mean something. As this fat little bird looks up at you, it could be a chicken pretty soon if you put another 2 pounds on him.
We are
leadership.
We are unfortunate friends. All right, let's see here.
Roll the leadership.
This is my leadership. a bunch. And I get like animal handling maybe instead, or leadership. Although my leadership is higher, so I should probably be using that.
I don't think that animal handling technically applies post-mortem.
Oh, that's okay. That's disconcerting, but all right. Let's see here. Do I get any? Okay, there you go. Leadership.
You're trying to convince it to do something in the future, which is a bit of a shady prospect for an animal anyway.
Yes. Like if I was there telling it what to do, it'd be fine. But
Yeah,
I'm
that
gonna
would be
go on.
handling, definitely.
Yeah.
You got a hand right there. You can handle that animal.
Also, I'm talking out loud to this bird, so all the patrons of the restaurant are sort of watching me have a conversation with this animal while it eats cake.
You plead your pathos with the reptile across the table, hand feeding it a cannoli like some Evo corporate supporter. Yes, that's exactly what you'd be. Evo corporate supporter. Yeah, you will maybe convince him. We'll see how he feels about it should you actually die in the metaplanes.
Well, I just wanted him to watch the room that we left in. I'm assuming we're stepping through some kind of gate. So the idea here is that he just sort of, we leave and he just sort of cases the place, looks out for anything super suspicious, and maybe goes and gets some friends if something goes down, and maybe tries his best to interrupt it.
93 and willpower 2. What are his int and logic, if you don't mind my asking?
I believe that they're both 1, but let me look at that.
And does he have the con skill, or is it just caw?
He has perception and unarmed combat and flight. I guess
con and performance.
I kind of feel like they should have given him some better stuff since he's a raven, but it's technically the stat block for a crow, and they didn't have a raven stat block. So, he probably should have at least a little bit of impersonation, but he doesn't.
You should have impersonation with a specialization in Lenore.
But yeah, for now, it's just a crow stat block. That's as close as I could get.
As the joke died. All right. Yeah. No, crow stat block. Okay. I can find that guy. Don't worry about it.
Well, I can just. It's in my sheet. It's under pets and cohorts on the notes. It's all the stats for.
Cool.
Yeah. And if you need it, I'll whisper it to you. Even.
No. Just seeing what he's rolling right now to pay attention to your incredibly complex commands.
Crap.
He gives you a look, not unlike a look of. I mean, he seems amenable. He seems happy. The mind link seems to say, yes, of course, I would be happily avenge you should anything bad happen to you. Well, I can find them.
For whatever it is that he does not eat, I'll give to the 2 homeless fellas. Because he's not going to eat a whole cake and a bunch of cannoli by himself, so they'll get the rest of it.
Hold on. Let me see if they knock each other unconscious.
You try to do something nice.
Ooh, number 2 wins out and promptly tucks into a nice plate with some garlic bread and some spaghetti that's been left over in the to-go box as he kneels by his unconscious comrade and actually makes a table out of the other guys. As this is happening, you tuck into the cannoli for a few minutes, you talk to the raven, possibly convince it to avenge your brutal death in a horrible
Stop saying that.
Yeah, and you get your spaghetti. Fantastic, don't worry.
You're not gonna die. Say the fucking words. Never mind.
All right. It's about 1:35 p.m. as the food narcolepsy is beginning to set in here as the heavy Italian cooking sits on your gut, Corvus, as you pick up a little spaghetti plate within your lifestyle, unless you're spending extra money out of the expense account I need to know about and frustrate your teammates with.
No, I'll buy it. That's me. Yeah, me eating expensive Italian food isn't exactly a run expense, so yeah, I'll buy it.
Oh, the pasta di mare, the fettuccine, the shrimp scampi. What do you?
We're going Al Nero. Definitely, I'm a man of class.
Are you getting a wine pairing with that, or are you having a little?
Oh, what am I, a fucking caveman? Yeah. Jesus.
No, next you're gonna throw something weird at me like Cab Sauv or Malbec for lunch.
I mean, it's pasta, so it's a red. So
It's got to be a red. I mean, come on, Malbec, right? Come on, you need a 16% for. You got a business meeting to go back to afterward. It'll make the afternoon go quicker.
so am I paying into this, or is Polylatin lifestyle's not gonna get this? So what's it gonna cost?
With the Malbec, we're looking at about 275 to 325 after tip. If you go for the Cab Sauv, it's only going to be about 225 to 275 after tip.
We're gonna call it 300 because I'm a good tipper.
With the Cab or with the Malbec?
You know what? I'm gonna tell him to surprise me.
Oof. The waiter gives you a scowl as he walks away into the back and looks at the bottle that was open the longest time.
All right, well that's my prep then.
All right, you get a nice glass of Malbec. Actually, as the waiter thinks better of it and thinks better of your pet crow, as he has some kind of superstition when he comes back to the table and doesn't seem to stand within at least 3 meters of you.
That's probably smart.
Yeah, even has the delivery drones bring up that regular perfunctory stuff like the garlic bread. But don't worry about that as we get to the rest of the team. What else are you guys doing?
Pef wants to give Crazy Willie a call and see if he can run him a Shiawase Cyber 5.
Ooh. Who is this now?
He's an electronic broker, Connection 3 Loyalty 1 that I have. I'm looking just, for a business transaction, not a favor, really.
You might not like the price he's going to give you with 1 loyalty, but feel free to roll that 15d6 for the connection plus high proficiency, since he is an electron.
You're breaking up a bunch.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 sec.
I think you might want to fool with your
rebooting Discord.
Well, no, it's probably just your pickup volume. It's probably a little too low because it's cutting off kind of the end of everything you say.
Give me 1 moment here to toggle something. Radio check 1 2.
Sounds good.
Yep. Cool. Alrighty. So we got a nice meal over at Mama Zozo's. What else is the team doing?
I rolled for my electronic broker to rent me a Shiawase Cyber 5. Only 2 hits, though. So
2 hits. What's your availability on the Cyber 5 there?
Availability is 15R.
All right, 1 sec.
If you fail at this, I could take a swing at it. I don't have a contact, but I could try to do it myself.
In this circumstance, he is willing to let you take it for 5 chips a day.
Oof. Tell him thanks, no thanks, man.
Yeah, that's a tough one for this guy to get in supply. He's working on making those connections, homie. You keep shopping with him, Chummer. He's going to find the sources you need. Just this weekend's a little bit busy. You understand how it can be on the scene.
Yeah, this is still my spot, Willie. Don't worry about it.
Hey, I got you back anytime, Chummer. Just not this time.
Anytime, not this time. I got it loud and clear.
Yeah, any other time. Alrighty, so rest of the team, what are we trying for?
Nothing. I'm good to go.
Who are we calling to set up our astral gateway? Are we trusting this Henry Darvey chummer? Are we reaching out to some of our other magical contacts?
I'd
Is
reach
there-
out to Mr. Darvey if everyone was cool with it.
Yeah,
Seconded.
I mean,
I'm super nervous about it, but I will go with the group vote.
Would it be worthwhile to get like some astral eyes on him before we give him a call?
Yeah.
We can do it at the meet.
I'm just gonna sort of like muse on the way there that I mean we're dealing with tricksters. So I mean the number one rule is everything that you see might not be real. So the guy who's sending us to put, data somewhere in their factory, I mean we're not blowing it up, we're not destroying it. So how do we know that we're not working for the gremlins to upgrade their shit? Or maybe they're, snaring us or something. I don't know. If you're dealing with tricksters and pranksters, rule number one is nothing is how it seems. So I don't like the idea of trusting somebody that I don't know, especially if we're going to be stranded, possibly, or worse.
Well, just because one guy takes us in doesn't mean that your source couldn't take us out, right?
I'm going to be honest, neither me as a player nor Corvus as a character really knows how any of that stuff works. He doesn't really pay attention to this kind of thing.
There are ways in and ways out that do not involve the dweller. All they know for sure is that there is an astral sea that exists somewhere above the plane of the Gaia-sphere, floating somewhere in space, neither here nor there, but somehow enveloping everything you know and love, and encompassing every major archetypical experience that makes up the human existence.
Castle secretly thinks a Q&A with the dweller sounds cool.
You probably won't get as much out of that conversation as you think you will.
The conversation itself has been written of as an ordeal by many thaumaturgic students. Supposedly, an encounter with the dweller himself would constitute earning a degree in metaphysics itself in some college universities across the world. Certainly at Michigan Institute of Technology and Thaumaturgy. Not in Massachusetts, but definitely Michigan.
Or your eyeballs could explode out of your skull, and then your soul shoots out. That could happen too.
That too definitely could happen.
So, it's risk for V reward.
All right, Chummers. 12:54 p.m. is when you're going to have everything wrapped up. What else are we trying for? Nothing. We're giving Henry a call. We're getting ready to shuffle off into the metaplanes.
Yep.
Pef is ready.
All right. Before things hit the action phase, we're going to begin transitioning scenes pretty quick. As you move over there, we're about an hour and 45 minutes into the game. A little bit less because we had a late start, but I'm going to go ahead and give everybody 15 minutes here while we kind of have the next chapter open up before us. Go get your drinks of water, stretch your legs, take a bathroom break, and we will reconvene at the top of the hour. Sound good?
Yep, sounds
Already
good.
lost some people?
Yep.
Already lost some people, so we're good. All right, cool. Check back in a few minutes here.
Sorry if I'm sidetracking stuff too much, fellas.
Out of character, Scaldy really doesn't like the Raven followers and the Raven.
Well, I mean, that's fair.
She's vindictive as well, so if there's a prank, there's gonna be retaliation.
Yeah, I don't recommend trying to get vengeance on Great Raven. That wouldn't be a
No,
course.
she would do it on his proxy.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's better. That's definitely more achievable.
Yeah. So let's. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
I mean, there's a reason the alias for one of his guys is he whose voice must be obeyed.
think you can only keep Scaldy at bay for so long.
Look, I would have no dog in that fight. He's not really a mentor, more of a, like a peer, an acquaintance, really.
You won't tell Great Raven to his face that you're peers?
I mean, sure. Why not? I make apologies to no man or spirit in this case. I think that's why he likes me.
I am in the process of finishing up dinner, and I made 5 times as much curry as a normal person needs.
Does that quantity exist?
I mean, as this bowl gets bigger and bigger with all my pre-cut veggies, I vaguely feel like the limit does exist somewhere.
Well, you're doing God's work then, finding that out for everybody. That might not be a bad idea, actually. In fact, now that he mentions it, we should probably go through all of our stuff and find out what has power sources and what we can, what we could do without technologically.
For Scaldy, that's a lot.
I think, from what I understood, it's only if they're on, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
so we can still bring them. It's just if we turn them on, we're going to start attracting attention.
Yeah, exactly. So we should have a way to be able to synchronize with each other that is power source free.
I mean, we could just slave everything to a comlink, and then slave the comlink to one of the rigger's boards. That way, you can just there's a master switch.
I think until we actually have to turn stuff on, we should all be within earshot.
All right.
It's also true. Or something. I wonder if there's something I can do about that. No, not really. Luckily, I'm not very reliant on technology, so.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, I can hear you
Oh.
now.
Yep.
Weird, sorry about that. My mic keeps stopping. I've got extended mind link, so we can have DNI without electronics for a long, long ways.
That'd be helpful. Also, Zach, are we coming through speaker for you?
Yeah, I can hear you guys all the time. But for some reason, my mic just keeps going out where I'm talking, and it's just like.
No. I mean, is your audio coming through a speaker? Because I'm getting my own voice back through your feed pretty loudly.
Right now?
Not right the sec. Well, right now. If I talk kind of loudly, it'll happen.
All right, my bad. It's just because the mic is close to the headset.
I hate that. It's the year of our Lord 2019. They can't find a way to put a pop guard inside of a headset.
Oh no, it's not like a headset mic. It's just I have headphones on and I'm resting my head way too close to the mic. I'll keep it away though.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's not a huge deal. I just don't know if you knew.
No. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, I guess I don't really need any of this stuff.
Yeah, Rain's probably gonna go pretty primitive on this one. Just leave everything.
Literally all of my limbs operate on electronics, so
Well, we're gonna need some electronics because, it's a data mission. So we're, the Deckers are going to need to bring their toys.
Yeah.
So we might as well bring everything. Just, I guess, turn it all off. Also, dang, does somebody have cyber limbs?
All 4 and eyes.
Oh, crap.
We'll just put you in a bag. Turn yourself off.
So the trick is it has to be an inanimate piece of machinery.
Anything with essence is fine, yeah?
Yeah, anything with essence is not technically inanimate.
Hey, that's cool. My deck is inside my arm, which is paid with essence. How does that work?
Ooh.
Well, now you're just being tricky, and I don't like you anymore, so I'm going to shut up.
Wait, it's your winter deck. How did you put that?
The person who swapped it was the Cyberdoc. She had to take my other one out to get it out.
I didn't realize they were hot swappable like that. Pretty sweet.
We are going to have to go low tech on this, so I wonder if we could find a cheap communication method that doesn't use electricity. Well, never mind, Sense Leak. We've got Sense Leak. Yeah. So we've got communications. Yeah, so we've got communications. I guess a map and compass is going to be worthless in a constantly shifting metascape. What else could we possibly need? Medical stuff, I mean, that's going to have to be powered, whether we like it or not. I don't have any ranks in first aid. So if it comes down to that, we'll have to use those.
I mean, I think that we'll probably have to be turning electronics on. And while we're there, we just keep them off most of the time.
One thing I'll advise you too, I do know we have a couple of magicians here. I think I advised both of you last time you were in the metaplanes that summoning, say, a fire elemental, if you get dumped into the metaplane of water, is a bad idea. Some repercussions.
Is there any chance the dossier that we got shows where along the bridge we're going to be?
No, there's no kind of map of that thing. The closest thing that the Draco Foundation has been able to pay for through millions of nuyen in research subsidies to various THD students and various magical professors has been loose descriptions in the book Aetherology, which describes the bridge itself and the number of metaplanes bridging off of that bridge as the tributaries that feed the pathway of existence in the spiral of insanity.
Why does everything that you say really dryly always come out so metal?
For real though. You have a great way of explaining like epic concepts and like oh yeah, whatever.
Just anyway, there's this place that's a constant sea of mercury and crying babies. Everything's on fire, and it's an impossible hell from which you cannot escape. So anyway,
you'll be flying through here in a small rickety boat.
No. Just hold on a second. Wait, let's go back to all the stuff that you just said really fast, because
a lot of details in there.
There was something. We need to kind of decompress that. There was some mercury or something like that. You're just throwing a lot of concepts. Yeah, you're just throwing a lot of concepts here. I feel like that we're not, properly unpacking them.
Yeah, all right, you just you let me know when to hit the pause button there, Charlie.
No, that's a joke. I'm just joking. No, it's a joke. It's a joke.
I treat it like an old school mud. So yeah, ask about any nouns I present to you. I will be happy to give you a little sub description there. Dennis Miller's sub-referential humor. Oh gosh, this is gonna be fun. You guys ready?
I
don't know. Sure, it's gonna be, I guess.
See it as I cannot directly communicate with Great Raven. I'm just gonna kind of cross my fingers and hope that he's been watching. Maybe he's been paying attention. It might have my back in there. He's busy. He's doing spirit stuff. So possibly he doesn't notice me, but.
I would recommend possibly saving karma or requesting a solo to purchase Raven as a contact for your sheep.
Nah, that's out of character. Plus, he's like a mentor spirit, so he's not really even. It's not like a spirit I can go talk to, like the the ghost lady that I met before. Like, it's not like Great Raven is showing up and talking to me.
There are a few players who do it. If you are interested, it is an option available to you. It's not a route that's discounted, just as a concept, though. A 1/6 mentor spirit can chime in with advice occasionally.
It's happened to me a couple times, and it's been pretty useful.
It seems weird. I don't know. I just don't like the idea of having I like him being mysterious and unreachable, rather than just like a guy that I have on speed dial. It kind of sucks a little bit of the mystery out of it, I think.
Just to ask you real quick, though, what do you think the value of the common sense quality is?
I also like that, but I feel as if that's I don't like it because I like to live with the consequences of dumb decisions. I feel like it's kind of a get out of jail free card, and I don't really like that.
Oh, no worries, no worries. As a GM, I always like polling players and finding out a little bit more about how people approach the gameplay. So, thank you for your feedback.
I like taking common sense on smart characters that wouldn't make dumb choices, and not taking it on dumb characters.
Dumb characters make all the right choices. Yeah, we shoot them. 9 seconds, we'll have it resolved.
Like, Cortez will never have common sense. That doesn't make any sense. Additionally, Callahan will never have common sense.
3 combat turns, I'll have this shit wrapped. I'm good. Stay rocking.
Plus,
And,
really... Okay.
No, I was going to just comment on inane bullshit. Go ahead.
Well, I was going back to an earlier thought, so... plus, really, I mean... I don't think Great Raven would respect me if I asked for help, is the other thing. He's going to value me figuring out things for myself and figuring out a creative solution to my own problem, rather than just, calling him like he's my mom to, bail me out.
It's an interesting perspective. I've always seen the mortal incarnations of the avatars and the mentor spirits themselves to be valuable conduits of their will into the world and the manifestation of that hyper consciousness or spiritual gestalt or whatever it is that you might see it as. I shade my view based on the SNES and the Genesis versions, where it's the gator totem and the dog totem are coming out.
I just figure he likes me because I sort of encompass his sort of sarcastic, laconic nature. You know what I mean? I don't really care, and I think if I started caring, that he would like me less. So I don't want to touch that machine, in fear that it will break.
One of the favorite lenses I've ever seen on common sense for a Decker was common sense is his agent updating him with very normal information.
Oh wow, that stock option just took a hit, and then Johnson's here talking to me. Yeah, that is good common sense feedback. I like that fluff. We are at the top of the break, though. Let me go left to right, make sure everybody is here. I think I just heard Castle talking. Scaldy, you back?
Yep, Scaldy's back.
Fantastic. Rain.
Howdy.
Beth Arbor.
I'm here.
And I think I had Corvus talking too, right?
Yep.
Alrighty, everybody is back to play here as we continue the run. You're getting in touch with Henry Darvey on the comlink. It's still about 1 p.m. in the afternoon. On the 24th, you don't really have a deadline to accomplish this mission. You've got a hot little bit of code that you've got to plant inside some kind of host or some kind of foundation in some kind of mutated or warped out block of the Kowloon Wall City that's been trapped in a metaplanar bubble here for God knows how long, almost 2 decades, as it's come to be occupied by a gremlin king. So You guys are getting in touch with Mr. Darve, the astral investigator and private contractor and consultant who's responsible for a little bit of astral security pen testing in the Seattle basin, and he is going to set you up with a gateway. In this case, you just get back to him with an automated message. You key in that you have accepted the contract from the painter, give him a little encryption code, verifying that you are working on the same job, and he's going to give you an address to a warehouse that, if Castle rolls me a memory check, might be vaguely familiar. Rain and Scaldy, this is going to be the same location.
Hello.
Hello, Castle.
Oh, hey, sorry, my headset just dropped off. I just heard Castle. I didn't hear any of the rest.
Oh, Castle, if you roll me a memory check, you'll be able to see if you remember working at this location previously. Scaldy and Rain worked here so recently that they will not need a memory check, however, to recall going to this warehouse and previously being teleported through an astral gateway opened by a strange young lady in the company of Darve the last time you went to the Metaplanes.
Wait, it's the same young lady?
Same warehouse, at least. We haven't met the young
Same
lady.
warehouse.
Right, okay.
Castle, that Harold Who warehouse that you went to that had a large toxic dump on the third floor basement.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they got a ritual sorcery site on the first floor basement.
Does Mr. Who know about this, huh?
Mr. Who actually might know about this. Mr. Who might actually be about this. What's your interest in notifying Mr. Who about this?
Just leverage for the future.
Par excellence, as you file this one away in your memory, as you happen to know the property owner and deed owner who has maybe set up the Superfund cleanup site for the little toxic dump he bought up when he took ownership of that warehouse not so recently. In this case, however, Rain and Scaldy, yeah, you remember going here and going to that first floor back cavernous room with the odd circular incense on the floor and the 5 Shinto symbols that Darve brought a girl to and opened an astral gateway in a very gruesome manner with. He has given you a rendezvous time. In this case, at looks like a little after sunset, 8:45 p.m. He should have the portal ready. He says you guys can show up anytime. He'll be on site starting at about 2 o'clock to start getting the setup ready.
In the meantime,
Unless you want to push it to 5:20 in the morning of the 25th, in which case he can open it then, or any time before that. He does need a 6-hour window in order to open it. However, he assumes you want it open for the maximum length of time between sunrise and sunset.
Yep.
Affirmative.
Are
Seconded.
we physically at the site right now, too?
You're not
No.
at the site yet. He's waiting
Okay.
to confirm the time with you.
Yeah, then that's
he's
good.
saying the earliest he could get it open right now would be 8:45 p.m. This tonight or 5:20 a.m. tomorrow morning.
I'm good with the rest of the table. Said.
I am also going to stop and buy purely mechanical watches for everybody, just in case.
Sure thing. Little disposable Seiko battery-powered survival watches.
No.
Mechanical.
Well, technically, all watches are electrical.
Purely mechanical watches are ones you crank. We're talking like some like
Spring.
early 20th century type stuff.
throwback shit.
This is gonna be hard to find.
A wind up.
Let's throw back shit today.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are gonna be kind of hard to find, I think.
Yeah.
Roll me an availability. And are you getting that through a fixer? Or are you getting that through a Talislager? Because there is a very specific subset group that would be interested in picking those up. And you've kind of guessed their crowd already.
I don't have a Talislager. Or anyone directly a Talislager.
Would you like to network through your fixer or another contact?
The person that I think that I would. I was gonna call first, probably the gutter snipes, but that might be a little bit too. Yeah, I'll just go through my fixer.
Okay. Roll that high proficiency for the networking check on the fixer, as she will dial around to see who she can find. Which fixer was this again?
HQ.
Miss HQ. Let me dig out the old contact file here real quick. And she's going to pull up a few names for you. In this case, she's going to recommend a dwarf who bounces in the woods between Redmond, Renton, and Snohomish, with a couple of her brothers who are ritual sorcerers. Runs under the handle Beulah Wall.
Say that last part again. They run into the what wall?
She runs under the handle Beulah Wall.
Oh, Beulah wall. Perfect.
Go ahead and roll her for 15d6. I'm sorry, 16d6. My bad. She'll be a 4. Well, no, 15d6. Sorry, that's right. 15. No freaking towels like her with loyalty. At least not anyone in their right mind or who isn't out to betray you.
Cool. We got a.
Okay, yeah. 12:51 p.m. You're hooking this up. She'll be able to get you 5 purely mechanical inert metal watches, made with mostly special resonating stones that are supposed to keep evil spirits away. In this case, she's charging you 1,500 Nuyen a watch.
Yo.
I'm gonna ask the team if they would mind expensing that.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, I'm down.
I mean, it's not like we're going to be able to use the account while we're in the metaplanes, so.
Cool.
Yep.
I expense it.
Sweet. You watch that Nuyen from the slush fund disappear, Pef, with a little bit of a sigh. The dopamine of spending sweet Nuyen rushes through your body. But the briefest sensation of elation passes over you as Castle comes back over the line. Castle, you open a box. Most of the components of these watches are actually made of gray mana.
That's fun.
Isn't that bad?
It's a bit.
Like, especially for somebody who's using magic.
Yeah.
They have evidently the bands on them and parts of the frames can be automatically replaced with a liner that appears to be gray mana. So you can snap on bits of the frame and replace the band, and you do have 1 protection if you're going there then. Or rating 1 gray mana barrier on top of the watch. Otherwise, the watch is inert, as it were, and it has a handy dandy quartzite cover on it in case you need to, say, use it as a rescue flare or a fire starter.
Sweet.
Cool. Just to clarify, these watches, like even though they're mechanical, they'll still be affected by local time, meaning like hours will pass based on metaplane time, not meet time, correct?
Yep, but allows us to stay aligned.
Fair enough.
That's an interesting question. As I do not have an answer currently, but ask me in a few minutes. Anyway, you have some watches here. You have the option to make them gray mana rating 1 if you would like to replace the watch bands. Otherwise, they have some just regular old watch bands made of titanium grade steel, air grade steel.
What does gray mana
almost
do
anything.
exactly? Sorry, new.
So if it's inside your body, I believe as an adept, it drops your magic rating by 1 for every point of it that you have, right? Essentially
It's not
acts
inside.
as
It's if you have it on you, it acts as a -1 to all spellcasting.
well, just on you, because I thought it had to be tattooed in you.
Nope,
And then-
because if you have gray mana forearm guards, it penalizes spellcasters as well.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so essentially 1 point of magic resistance if you do not have magic. Otherwise, if you do have magic, it's a -1 to everything around you, but it also gives you an extra point of resistance.
So should we call this, mechanical wind-up watch with built-in survival gear?
Yeah,
Um,
timepiece. It's not a watch; it's a timepiece.
Scaldy will let the Deckers take care of that. She's not going to taint herself.
Oh no, you don't have to take the gray mana one. Like Cozy said, they have one that's just titanium grade steel
Oh yeah, I'll take that
or
one.
flight steel or
Great
words.
steel. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, you've got some fairly nice watches here. Safe or offer you a little additional protection if you do like magic. As you guys get ready to step into the portal, Mr. Darve is getting that portal ready by 8:45 p.m. Are you heading out to the site early? What else are you guys getting? As that watch deployment is going to take a little while.
Sorry to keep harping on it, but didn't you say there was something about that it wards off spirits or something, or was that just the gray mana?
That's kind of the rumor of some of those resonant crystals. You ever seen those crazy old crystal ladies at the rock shops?
Okay, there we go. That's
Yeah,
resonant crystals.
It's kind of just flavor.
May ward off evil spirits.
They may
They-
also cure most diseases. They may do a lot of things.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
It hasn't been proven to not do it.
Okay. Just
There
wanted
you
to
go.
take a note on the watch and its properties.
Snake oil has also not been proven to not cure everything.
Exactly.
Look, the only thing that snake oil proves is that you don't have enough quartz crystal in your life.
Anyway, Scaldy will pack her full body armor and take her dirt bike to the warehouse.
All right, so you are going to be taking your dirt bike back to that same old warehouse and hiking on down. Are you heading out early? You're heading out alone. What you doing with your kid niece? You got a babysitter for her, or are you just letting her chill out with another couple thousand worth of Nuyen and having a good weekend without you?
No, I'm gonna try to find one of the super nannies.
If you mention this out loud, though you probably won't, I happen to know a phenomenal nanny.
I will not mention it out loud.
Scaldy, so you're going to be searching up a super nanny on the tricks?
Yeah.
Just going out on the Matrix and the public or the Emerald City grid as you watch a number of hosts rise in the distance as you begin digging through informational posts for nanny services that are not possibly organ lakers.
That's computer, right?
That was a really casual response to that.
Yeah, that's computer plus intuition, my friend, as you try to dig through the tricks for something that's not an
God.
3.
It wasn't a crit or a crit fail.
Like a massive Russian troll nanny that's just like, you eat borscht, you go to sleep, shut up.
Shows up in a panel van.
Well, I'll pass on that.
Leather gloves when he knocks on the door.
Yeah,
Got a tattoo of a spade and a pawn on his neck.
Listen, it's called being scared straight, okay?
I'll pass on the Vori organ legger and call up my contact.
The 2 orcs who are alongside him as you try to shove them off back down the hallway and tell them you don't need a babysitter tonight are trying to confirm whether you are actually leaving the house tonight or not.
Do you want me to kill some orcs in my apartment? Because that's where this is leading.
Oh no! You can menace them down the hallway as you lock and seal the door behind them, and flash a little ice storm spell in the air to try and convince them that maybe you have spirits blocking you in here and giving you some backup. I'll let you be an intimidating lady as you defend your property like a cornered mama lynx while you look back in the corner at your poor little niece who you've got to find a babysitter for. Otherwise, she's going to go out and buy beta meth as soon as she can, and you're going to find her in a Chinese laundromat at 5:30 in the morning, having beat up a couple security guards, trying to play some kind of AR slot machine, just like last time.
Okay, what time is it right now again?
It's about 1 p.m. on a Wednesday afternoon, and you need to find a babysitter in the next 7 hours for an indefinite period of time. How's
Well,
the dependence quality feeling right now?
Seen as it's nuisance, a little bit oppressive, but I have a solution. We're gonna summon a force, let's say force 3 wind spirit.
Ooh. Oh, I love where this is going.
Force 3
Do
is
tell me
kind
you
of.
find it. The niece is pretty young. I think a force 3 will cover it. Let's see this. Do you want me to roll resistance?
Sure. Man, how many reagents do I need to spend binding it again?
25 times the force.
Damn it.
Dang. That's not even my usual average of 3 hits on 3 dice, so you got pretty lucky there, my friend.
Well, I'm gonna.
Spirit forms in front of you out of the stray wisps of air and drifts of toxic effluent and other things as the gusts form together and coalesce into a faceless entity, an androgynous body. What is your command for this spirit, my friend?
My command is to get bound.
You just yell, "Get bound" at it.
Yeah, I should probably soak the. I'm super blanking on spirits work. Do I soak 3?
I'm just confirming real quick. You're about to take an unknown dive into the metaplanes, and you yell at the spirit that you just summoned and are binding, which might be visible to an extremely astute spirit, possibly in the metaplane somewhere, if you do happen to trace through the plane of air. And you're going to yell, "Get bound" at it.
Great point. Noble air spirit, fearsome companion of my Lord Odin, I beseech you to safeguard my daughter in her times of.
One of its wispy fingers coalesces in the air and flips you off with a massive tie as you soak, what is that, 6 drain?
Yeah.
Is anyone else aware of the goings on here?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Ouch. That's not great.
1 point of drain is coming your way as you stifle back a slight shift in your vision as you can't quite focus your left eye for a few seconds behind a slight migraine. It recedes quickly enough, however, as you get back into focus. And are you attempting to bind again as a service slips away?
Yep.
You are down to 3 services on this particular spirit. Go ahead.
I'm gonna post edge that.
Ooh. 3 more hours slip away, so we're going to be at about 4 p.m. when you start the second attempt.
Fuck me.
Ouch.
Why? That
They
was
specify what happens during a binding for this, or it's just like bad luck, the opposite of the intended effect?
The air spirit goes out and helps her buy meth.
Yeah.
That's a
Oh,
-3, right?
No, I'm gonna let your edge check become its binding resistance check. So you got a 10 stun coming at you, Chummer. You can opt to edge that center drain check or continue on here. As the exact reverse of your intended luck occurs, as you reach out with all your might to attempt to bind the spirit, and that backfires as a slight shift in a ley line somewhere about 400 meters beneath you causes that critical shift in the ionosphere at the last second, and you fail your ritual as 7 p.m. rolls around.
Well,
3 drain, you're at a 1 wound penalty.
yep. I'm gonna call my fucking priestess contact and see if she can take her for another day.
All right. What's your priestess's loyalty? Just curious.
Loyalty 3.
In this case, to babysit your brat for an indefinite period of time. What's her connection?
3. Why didn't
3.
I use my fixer to find me? But anyway.
Oh, she does good on that. Okay. In this case, she can put her up in the convent of solitude. It will be good for a brat like that. It will give her many corrections and teach her about the importance of understanding Yggdrasil and the Norse gods of old. Unlike you, who seem to only think snow is all it involves.
Fair point. Too much of a headache to argue with you.
Nidhagar will devour your soul should you not learn of the old gods and the ways of the Norse. As she clicks off her comlink and gives a directions to you to have her in a Coco taxi in the next 15 minutes headed for the church or the temple of the Norse women in the Valkyrie Hall of Celibacy.
Yeah, I'll take my cousin there and then go to the meat or the warehouse.
Alrighty. Gonna be about just about 8:30 as you're rolling up, at least Scaldy, with a little bit of a bloody nose and a little bit groggy, having suffered 3 stun damage. Anybody else gonna try and tempt the spirit world? Come on, Rain. Come on.
What do you mean, come on, Rain? I'm throwing 16 dice.
How you doing? Throw those dice. Burn
Well,
up
I
all
need
that
to-
bad luck right now.
I'll let the spirits be for now. I don't need any help at the moment.
Okay, you good? You
Yeah,
good?
I'm good. I'm good, homie.
All right. I'll just check.
No, I'm gonna let the spirit I summoned go and release it of his services, just to cushion that blow to my astral rep a little bit.
Okay, yeah, he's kind of standing here laughing at you, watching your bad luck turn against you as you release him back into the astral. Just before sunset, it still counts as a good favor, right? Right? That's how it works. It's like you were a couple minutes early. He had a couple services left, just to get a good rep for that, right?
Hopefully.
Hopefully, right? Yeah, maybe. All right, let's hope so. As you get ready to step into the metaplanes too. What else? Nothing else, guys? We're all ready to take a dip into a toxic waste pit and do a ritual circle nearby.
I really don't like this.
Castle has been in said toxic waste pit, I think.
Yes, you have.
Um,
The first level is not highly radioactive. The second level, you might want a chem suit. It could have a couple seals busted on it, and it might not be too bad. Have a couple bananas and some extra sheets of seaweed. Get your protein diet, maybe get a little checkup. Won't be any worse than, say, standing next to a Yum Tetsu power grid supply for 15 minutes at a time. I feel warm for a few days. Don't worry about it. The
It's only
third floor.
3.6 Roentgen.
Yeah. The third floor is sitting at a cool 63 degrees Celsius. That's a little toasty.
I very much think this is a bad idea.
That's only 3.6 Roentgen.
In that time that it takes for all the spirit shenanigans, I just want to run a browsed T2 check on Cowtoon City, just in case the Foundation Paradigm is somehow related, and just build up like a little bit of a dossier so I have some frame of reference. But
Cowtoon?
Yeah.
Castle will summon an American Spirit cigarette, and that'll be what he does on the way.
My friend, those were originally farmed in Idaho, I believe. So now they're Native American spirits.
And technically, I think they're actually called Native American.
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Natural American Spirit is what they are now.
Ooh, natural Native American spirits. As you conjure up a pack of those delicious. Well, what's your lifestyle?
Medium.
Ooh, just barely covers the cost of a nice pack of natural Native American spirits, as they tend to run in the 25 to 30 new unit pack range. Not cigarettes you just pass out lightly to the next homeless guy on the street when he comes up to you bumming a stove on a regular old Wednesday afternoon. As you look up Kowloon, 6 on a T3. What's your questions?
I just kind of want to build a dossier in preparation for a paradigm that's related to Kowtoon. I don't know that I have a specific question. Just like maybe some like frames of reference of like trids of the time, some stores that were in the section that disappeared, like maybe some pop culture references from the period.
I mean, I can hit you with the summary of the Wikipedia page.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we'll provide contextual clues whenever we come to it is more.
So it was a slim city block just on the corner with a pretty main artery of town, right near the port. In this case, 4 businesses disappeared on the block's facing side, as well as a chunk of, well, half of a street. The entire, looks like southbound section of the road, the parking meters, most of the curb, all the way out to about halfway into the street. All of it disappeared down to the substructure of the subway. So a fairly good chunk of dirt and piping went with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've got these 4 businesses and some apartments above them for the first, say, floor and a half. So you're going to have the part of the floor of the second story, whatever was up there. You're going to have most of the first story of the building, and then you're going to have pretty much the whole of the ground floor businesses. Julio's Bodego, Dow Fun Dentistry, Chow Fun Noodle Shop, and the Joyride Com Services Ltd, which is the particular spot your boss thinks this Comlink manufacturing facility is still active.
All right.
Any other questions?
I think I'm okay for the moment, Chummer.
Yeah,
Cool,
same.
cool. Everybody cool? So you're going to be rolling up to a warehouse in the D zone of Everett. This spot looks pretty nasty. Castle, you'll recognize it, having been here with seizing your pet Lynx, which is probably still in the back of your vehicle as you cruise up, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you might remember the site with Flatline, and a couple other runners. Scaldy and Rain, you've been here more recently, as you climb downstairs on part of the metal rafter that makes up the emergency stairwell lining this side of the freight elevator leading down to the B3. Its rickety form now inert, as there is no power on this warehouse lot, and the AROs and warning tape for nuclear spill site now stand largely ignored by the denizens of the C zone who are gradually picking away scraps from the fence line on the exterior of the warehouse. As you make your way down the staircase through the B1, gloom and doom, it'll smell largely clean. Mainly because the radiation is killing off all low-grade fungus due to the slight temperature rise you get going downstairs for a change. However, the radometers do not begin clicking out of the way, as it seems like you're at a regular casual, possibly 0.012 MRBs right now. Although pointing that mean Geiger counter downstairs will definitely show that it's pretty hot down there. You make your way down a tunnel corridor that's about 60 meters down before you reach a fairly large summoning circle stretching across an open cavern space that looks like it's been carved out of the raw earth and was not part of the original plan of the warehouse shipping yard above. The summoning circle itself seems to extend about 15 meters in radius across about 30 meters at the diameter. As you can see, 5 small altars set up with various elements set up and obviously betraying some kind of Shinto tradition. Beside the circle, you can see an orcish gentleman in a fairly nice cut of argentum business suit, looking very nonplussed by your presence. As you can see, a couple weapon foci or very ornate daggers kind of dangle from a belt slung under his jacket lapels there and the bottom of his coat cuffs. He is standing next to a older homeless woman. Well, she looks homeless. She has some large warts on her face and her neck. Her hair is fairly gray and raggedy, and she has some bald patches on her scalp. And she idly scratches at a fairly large patch of skin on her neck, which is has a blue bruise around the exterior. She appears to be human, possibly in her 60s or 70s, and she sits here on the floor looking fairly despondent. However, there is an empty canister of jazz and an empty packet of pharmaceutical grade Nova Coke on the floor next to her.
Nice.
Perfect.
Just to. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. You went first.
I just want to say that Castle does this habitually, but I do want to say it publicly. I have taken my psych and my cram prior to going into here.
Also, prior to arriving, I'm going to have had a little refresher talk with Edgar and let him fly off into the night to find him. Or is the afternoon or night?
It's still well, it's just about twilight here as you guys are rolling up at about 8:30 p.m. just before the sun sets.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna have him fly off into the night and gather up a big old murder, like we discussed earlier. And with Gestalt consciousness, they should, follow him around if he has a strong notion of what to do.
Fantastic. They should. He's got fairly high mental stats. He's doing good. And your leadership is not lost on him. In this case, you guys see Henry Darvey standing here as he finishes preparing the ritual circle. You can see that there have been fresh reagents placed in each of the small braziers set around the summoning circle here, as the gateway seems freshly lined with a number of desiccating plant leaves and other clippings from various trees and branches around the area. The older woman who sat by the edge of the circle, doesn't seem to pay much attention to you guys as she idly stares off at the ceiling as her vision juts around suddenly from corner to corner, kind of betraying the armature of a severe meth addiction. In its almost last stages, as you can count. She has quite fewer teeth than fingers, which is exceptional given that you can easily count 7 fingers. She sits here not paying much attention to you as Darvey turns to the lot of you and says, well, do you have any questions for me about where you're headed in the astral planes currently, or what your mission objectives might be once you get here?
Because it was a concern, I'm a slap him with a sensing.
Sure thing.
Oh yeah, I'm hardcore sensing everything in this room. So I'll roll that as well.
Go right ahead.
For curiosity's sake, Rain will do the same.
Okay.
I'm debating whether or not I should do a psychometry reading too. I get the feeling I don't really want to know what's been going on here.
A lot of death.
Yeah, I probably will. We'll hold off on that.
There were a couple offshoot channels. I can give you a free non-perception. You would need a heavy perception to roll more detail. One of them looked like a dining hall, and the other looked like an operating theater. As you take a look around, he does not do a good job masking this time. As you can tell, Rain, Corvus, and Scaldy, his magic is both higher than yours, and he has an initiate grade of 3, possibly, or more. He does have the masking meta magic. He has not been possessed recently. He is carrying 2 weapon foci currently. However, he does have an astral signature. Apparently, a spirit somewhere is sustaining some kind of magical power on him.
See, that's fine if it's a increased willpower, and less fine if it's a compulsion.
He does not appear to be under any emotional duress or suffering from any adverse diseases, or in some other state of mind that would indicate he's not thinking at all of himself. The last time you saw him, Rain, Scaldy, nothing's really changed in that aura, aside from seeing that, yes, he has some kind of power being sustained on him. In addition to this, looking at the girl, she is a prepared vessel, possessed, and was dispossessed after that shortly. Looks like she is ready to do it again. She is currently suffering from heart failure, some kind of liver disease, and a few other degenerative conditions. She maybe has months to live. In her case, you can see already some of her stomach has been replaced with some kind of cybertech or biotech, but obviously that's not bypassing a range of medical symptoms, which you probably don't have the skills to see currently. Something is also sustaining a power on her, though this signature of this particular power is different than the one that is being sustained on Darve. Any other questions? She is not magical, by the way.
Do I notice Castle smoking a cigarette?
Yeah, probably. You'd probably
they-
smell it. It probably smells fresher than the rest of the cave.
Do I notice they're domestics? Because if so, gross. While we're
Not unless you ask for one and he pulls the pack out, because I imagine you keep those tucked away somewhere really special, right?
Of course.
While we are sort of milling around and talking, I'm going to offer him one of my, hand rolled Cavendish Burley cigarettes.
God.
I'll thank you for the offer. Take it, pocket it, and say, "Can't waste a good one. Keep on smoking what I'm smoking."
That's acceptable to me.
Fantastic. As the smokes change hands, you watch the clock strike as something seems to tick in an ARO in Henry's field of view. He walks over to the old woman, puts a hand on her shoulder, leans over to her, and says something in her ear in a language that sounds like he's half coughing something up and half choking to death on his own tongue. It's a little bit weird, but evidently this causes her to shift and shake as you watch something in her form change, and she is suddenly replaced by a woman in a very colorful senorita's dress. It looks like it's got yellow, red, green on there. It's got some feathers and beads on it as well. She has some Dia de los Muertos style face paint on the skull and headdress style. And she's got some very nice looking red flowers in her hair. As she sits in front of the floor, she looks up at Darvey, looks at the lot of you, and extends her left hand as she draws a knife suddenly from inside one of her pockets and slices her wrist open. She draws a circle as she begins bleeding onto the floor as you watch a large gateway form in front of you, almost following the movement of her fingertip as it traces a circumference in the Gaia-sphere in front of you, and the portal to another world opens up in front of you as a desert landscape stretches out into some odd fauna with the skulls and frames and carapaces of a number of dead large insects in front of you. Henry looks over at the lot of you. 8:45. Portal will be open until roughly 5:19, 5:20.
Scaldy's gonna go in.
Yeah, I look down at my timepiece. Pef will be like, what the fuck? As he's like turning off wireless and just walk through behind Scaldy.
Rain, do you say anything to Tsitsi as you walk by? Ooh, I lost somebody already.
Wait, is that somebody snoring?
Sounds like it.
That's amazing.
Put him down. Straight put him down. Oh, it's Zach too. Rain. Oh,
he's
Rain.
like, do we all yell at the same time?
Do we have
One.
a loud
Give him a
one, two,
no. Easier way to do that.
three.
Easier way to do that. Just give him somebody call him on Discord. Because that'll make a big loud noise in his ear.
One sec, let me call.
Rip.
Dang. No dice.
No dice on the pickup. Cocked hard. My
I
poor
guess-
boy
I guess his character just never shows up.
never makes it to the portal. No worries. As a woman,
I'm gonna
watches
move
you-
him to another channel for the snoring. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. Or we could turn him down, see
Um,
if he wakes up.
Or we could just mute his mic.
Oh,
So if he wakes up, he's in the right channel.
I hope his chair is comfortable.
I really did miss my calling. Putting people to sleep.
Sleep therapist, cozy dude.
How do I mute him? How do I? There we go.
here.
There you go.
There we
Take care of it.
Yeah.
Bingo. Alrighty, sorry for that, folks at home. Occasionally, there is a victim to this a lovely thing that we call cozy narrative here. Hopefully, he'll rejoin us shortly. I won't tax you too much. I might give you a red shirt mage even, or we'll have a spirit friend drop in. All kinds of things can happen in the metaplanes. As one of your mages has failed to show up, as an astral gateway forms in front of you, ripped from the blood of some old random woman who has been paid off in drugs for this very moment. For you guys to hopefully plant some code in some kind of transposed district of downtown China as you get ready to test yourselves on the on job. The world shifts briefly around you as your entire sensorum trespasses onto the metaplanes. It's briefly like feeling your body being birthed again as all your senses are reborn, this time through the lens of physical attributes that are as powerful as your mental attributes. In this case, my hacker friends, my wizard friends, you are going to have charisma corresponding to your strength, intuition corresponding to your reaction, logic corresponding to your agility, and willpower, of course, corresponding to your body, while you are incarnate in the metaplanes. You still have your physical skills and all that. In this case, however, your brain, your raw processing power, your consciousness is what determines your physical strength.
So I'm suddenly stronger in the mug.
Yep.
So strong.
Swoosh, swoosh. As the world sweeps around you, a few clouds pass overhead as you see a flock of things that look like bats with some fairly odd shaped heads flying past in the distance, headed towards rows of large, almost palm tree looking objects as a desert landscape stretches out in front of you. You can see, as I said before, the dead and desiccated husks of a number of insect spirits in front of you that have been bleached, dead, and bone dried by the sunlight and the sand of the desert here. As you can see, a few huts far, far in the distance that look like they correspond to some kind of village or something else like that. You will have a small map from previous runners if you are looking for kind of a visual inspection of what you see in front of you. I've got this little handy dandy picture here. In the case that you see those planets raking across the skies in front of you, those would actually be separate metaplanes, bisected by a giant bridge that hangs ominously in the atmosphere above you. That currently seems to be the bridge through the astral sea, connecting all metaplanes. It is a little bit difficult to identify the planet and the metaplane on the other side, however.
I know you literally just said this, but what's the mental to physical stats again?
It's going to be charisma to strength, intuition to reaction, agility to logic, and willpower to body.
It's basically the order that they're in.
Yeah, just swapping charisma and willpower and all that. Everybody good?
Affirmative.
Yeah. You're standing at the desert stretching off into infinity beyond you that is littered with the husks of dead insect spirits. A brief jungle seems to be growing denser in foliage to the northeast of you. You can see a few huts in the distance as well as the smoke trails of fires rising into the skies and that bridge between the metaplanes hanging ominously in the sky above you, connected who knows by something you can't see due to the haze of the sky around you. What would you guys like to do as you manifest in the metaplanes? In this case, you are in the warrior planes, not to be mistaken with the warrior planes. So, just for everyone's edification, because I know this was trouble last time, Scaldy.
Well, okay, do we go? Is this the same plane we were on?
Yes.
Oh boy.
This was exactly the same plane you were on, and almost the exact same landing position because you took off from almost the exact same position. You can see this huts of the Tsuchigoma tribe rising up in the distance.
Oh boy.
If you're reacting at all, I would be like, all right, so does anybody have any advice on what we should expect or what's going on?
Galdi has FBA on, and she's just murmuring to herself in Icelandic.
So if you're continually murmuring to yourself, I would follow up with, so what's
all right, friends. I think I know. I can remember the way. We need to. You need to go completely electronic silent, and stay close to stay close to me.
Yep, would have turned off all that stuff before even coming into the gate.
We're going to meet with some acquaintances of mine. Fingers off of trigger. Last time we dealt with them peacefully.
Yeah,
And
no problem.
do I need to clarify my combat kit really fast, or just state that I'm in my normal combat kit?
Oh, I'm sure you bring criminal competence and the combat kit you would bring into combat.
Okay.
So just tell me what ammo you have when you're shooting.
Wait.
And remind me.
Wait, if Quigley lived like an entire life here and he was gone for a couple weeks, how long has it been since I visited this metaplane?
So the thing is, the warrior planes are a place that typifies conflict between cannibalistic aspects of the tribalistic nature of a hive mind and our own expectations of society. The plane constantly ages; things grow and die here. However, the struggle and the actual structure of the metaplane does not change. So while individual details, mountains may shift, different carvings may happen, bits of the desert may expand or decrease, nothing actually ever changes.
So the chieftain should still recognize me, right?
Yeah. I mean, he should. Yeah, he should still be the same chieftain, maybe. Or if he ever was the same chieftain, if it's the son of the chieftain, surely he heard by word of mouth who you were, maybe.
Perfect. That's good enough. I think we should set out for the trial. Do I remember the safe path that we took?
Roll me a memory check. Are you satisfied with that level of success?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to hang out to my edge in this one.
Um,
I'll take the
Okay, so
quality.
you're good. Okay, so you're taking addiction quality. Scaldy, are you satisfied with 2 hits on your navigation check?
I want this 3 edge, so yes.
Okay, everyone roll me perception real quick as Scaldy begins looking around the woods confusedly for a moment, seemingly having lost the game trail or whatever trail she might have been thinking she was following.
So I'm slightly nervous about turning on my sensor suite that's in my leg, even though that's inside of my aura or whatever. So I guess I'm going to try and actually use meat perception, though I guess that doesn't matter because I have cyber eyes as well. So I'm like slightly confused.
I mean, so everything's inborn to you. It's paid for with essence. They can't technically roll against its device rating to possess it.
All
Since they
right,
still
so
have
then
to
I'm
roll against your essence for it. So anything on you that is inherently paid for with essence is good. You can use that without worrying about it. Anything that's on your body that you haven't paid for with essence that's not inherently part of you is not inanimate, therefore, or is inanimate, therefore.
perfect. Okay. I do keep all those, by the way.
Okay. So you do, in spite of everything, you do notice that Scaldy kind of stops, trying to remember if she crossed this hill before. As you see something ping on the ultrasound, and see that there is some kind of movement under a clump of root growth at the base of one of these weird-looking palm trees. As you kind of direct the party away from what could be some kind of animal nest beneath there. As Scaldy, suddenly you realize, what were you here for last time? What are these Tsuchigomo constantly locked in a battle with, in addition to the invade? What was their other thing?
It was that queen I wanted to slay.
Yeah. What were they called? The Dream Lab Weavers, the Anansi, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Suddenly you realize their burrows are all over the place, and you've nearly been stepping on them as you navigate haphazardly through the jungle back to the tribe of the Tsuchigoma. However, you do, with the assistance of your teammates, manage to avoid any of the pitfalls or actually stepping in a section of webbing that would alert them, and manage to make it back through teamwork to the Tsuchigomo's tribe. The chieftain does not immediately greet you. They seem seem to be locked in the midday stuff that they would normally do between the nightly attacks of the Inve and the Anansi. What would you like to do?
I will pull off my helmet and try to find the chieftain.
Roll me an etiquette check as you walk into the tribe and do this. The large bone walls constructed out of the larger portions of bone and carapace inside of many of the insect spirits that make up the walls seem to be littered with as many Tsuchigomo warriors as you saw before as they loiter around with bows and arrows, spears, and other improvised weaponry. You look around and you locate the chieftain.
Um,
His eyes seem to stare at you for a moment as he can't place you, but he finally seems to remember you as he opens up his arms, his forearms, and gives you a greeting of deep honor as he bows to you.
I will bow equally. Um,
Have you come to join us in the eternal struggle?
um, we all struggle eternally against things, but we actually were wondering if you could help us find the gremlin.
You seek the gremlins. They are petty tricksters and bargainers. Why you seek them?
We wish to our eternal our struggle at the moment is to prevail over the king gremlin. It is not as epic as your struggle against the Dreamweavers, but it is ours nonetheless.
Do you genuinely believe that?
But that our struggle is not as epic. I do.
Know that you're hurting the Goblin King.
I'm assuming. I mean, Scaldy's not smart. Scaldy's assuming that whatever they're gonna do in that foundation is gonna dick over the Goblin King. So Scaldy, being just not smart, genuinely believes that.
Okay. You have no crime in genuinely believing that. I'm just kind of wondering what you're going to be rolling to convince this person that you are actually giving out the truth here. So go ahead. Still roll me. I don't like anything you do. Roll me that con.
Do I get any modifiers?
What's your +2 there?
Can you?
Oh, for Dragon Slayer
Yes.
on con. Yes. Scaldy is such a sociopathic dick.
Yeah. She doesn't lie though, or doesn't disobey her word.
The chieftain stares blankly at you for a moment as six eyes kind of take turns blinking in a discombobulating manner as the syncopation seems to just not quite be on between the left and the right side, especially in the rear. But anyway, those eyes blink at you for about 30 seconds before they resettle on you. And he sighs openly, accepting your lie, evidently for now, as he tells you. You will need to cross back over the web, back onto the bridge, and cross further down, either into one of the elemental realms that the Gremlin King has currently struck a bargain to occupy, or possibly in the spirit. They usually loiter with the realms of men because there are the Sealy Court. Sealy Court, the realms of men, or possibly in a spirit bargain with one of the elemental planes. But any one of those spaces, you may find them. I cannot currently spare you soldiers to assist you in your search, however. Otherwise, they would ensure the death of the Goblin King as long as you found him.
I appreciate your words of guidance, Chieftain.
The chieftain returns his attention to some of the wounded Tsuchigomo laying around a large fountain as the little teepees and small tent structures rise up around you as you take a look around and look at the jungle. As far back as you can see, now that you recognize that there is a gray haze in the air, it seems to be reaching out to the bridge. Taking a deeper look at the haze now that you realize you're in the Metabels and the Tsuchigumo chieftain has told you so. There appears to be a large web at the edge of the jungle that stretches off into space, creating a massive lattice work that you would crawl across to reach the bridge.
I have an extremely important question.
Yes,
I heard that they eat bug spirits.
that they do.
Do I smell it? Is it like a physical food?
Yeah, it's all over the place. As you can see,
Does
a
it-
number of ladies nursing Tsuchigomo children, cooking with pots and things like that.
Does it smell good?
Roll me connoisseur.
That'll be a 10, I believe.
Something's off-putting and sour about the scent at first. It's a bit like jackfruit or dragon fruit or something else, where it just smells rancid to you. But that gets you thinking, as something seems to tilt in the back of your mind. Even the durian, yes, classic durian fruit. As you start thinking about it, something in your gums begins watering for a moment as you feel like there is some kind of deep Pavlovian response here to
Now-
something about the way they're cooking
now-
this.
Now I should be rolling composure to resist this, but I am going to see if I can't mime my intention to try some of this insect meat. I'm morbidly curious, and also a raven mentors, So I gotta eat. I'm hungry. So no composure test. I want some of this insect meat.
In this case, you kind of walk over to the tent where you can see three of the Tsuchigumo women in their tattered rags. We're sitting around a fireplace with a number of children in the back of the tent, sitting and playing with toys. They all look up at you with their six eyes as you kind of mime and point to one of the trays of food that they're cooking on. You can see it looks almost like a cast iron skillet that this woman is cooking on as she picks up the lid. She reaches out for a bowl with one of her forehands. She quickly scoops a little bit of the chopped and diced. It looks like it's almost blackened with how long it's been sitting in this cast iron skillet pan. She forks up some of this meat onto the plate and passes it over to you with a pair of twigs that look a bit like chopsticks made out of insect bone.
Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Bottoms up.
Yeah. Roll me a quick composure to make sure you can eat it.
Hold it down. Composure is. Oh shit! I got a good composure.
It's because there's not a lot of history of people
Oh my
eating
God.
this.
One success on an 11. You know what? I don't want to seem rude to these people
Okay.
so I'm gonna edge this. So I just roll 10 d6.
Yep, re-roll failures.
Wait, re-roll it or roll the? Oh,
Re-roll
gotcha.
failures, yeah.
Okay, so there you go.
Oh, 5 hits. Wow, okay.
So I'm gonna struggle to keep it down.
Nah, it briefly smells tangy as you bring it up to your nose and give it a final sniff. They kind of stare at you, waiting plaintively for you to actually pop it in your mouth, as obviously food is a precious thing to them. As you fork a tiny, small globule of some section of an insect spirit's body into your mouth and chew on it briefly. You put the sticks back down to the plate and you taste a brief flavor, almost like African smoked spice, umami, and that almost like that potato rub. What is it? What is it?
I figured it would be like seafood, right? Like almost.
Yeah, in fact, that's a little bit what it tastes like. It's a little bit crunchy on the exterior. It's almost as if it crackles in your mouth like a deep fried chicken nugget. If you just chopped up those little minced bits of chicken and threw them in the deep fryer. However, it does taste delicious. You'll be getting an inch back for that.
Awesome.
As you try some new food out here in the Metaplanes and taste an insect spirit. In this case, a cricket spirit fried in its own fat, cricket style.
Nice. Well, that'll be me then.
Those lousy locusts only taste good as soon as you got enough butter to drench them in. It's an escargot principle. But yeah, it does taste delicious as you get that bit of edge back trying some different animals here. As the rest of the group kind of gets the directions from the chieftain to either walk up the web or I don't know, what else do you guys want to do as the metaplanes stretch out into infinity before you?
This is all insanely fascinating. I want to, um, just as we're walking through, kind of inspect the inhabitants here, like what's going on. If I do encounter anybody who wants to talk to them like they're competent warriors in an internal struggle for victory, and just kind of keep a mental log of what I see here, and if there, I know there's I know there's no landmarks because it's an eternal desert, but if there's any vague position of the sun or anything like that that I can use to reference.
Roll me logic plus intuition for pattern recognition. So the interesting thing that you begin noticing after a few moments is everything seems to be relating to threes with the Tsuchigumo. Everything seems to follow an archetypical pattern. There were three women cooking. There's two sets of three children in the tent watching these women cook. There's about 9 sets of three guards walking around the village. You can tell the chieftain is part of a trio of chieftains who rule over everything. All of it seems to be in threes to represent some kind of archetypical set of patterns that would be playing out in the dramatic life of a tribe, at least at this base level of consciousness, as they seem to worship something like the hive mind as you watch the chieftain go about his duties, not only as the spiritual leader, but as the shaman for the tribe.
All right. I note that in my back pocket. If I am walking by, I will say, I wish you 3 times victory.
He clicks loudly at you and extends his hand to yours.
Cool. I'll extend up to the clippy hand.
Yeah, in this case, he grabs onto you with both of his right hands, giving you a firm handshake, one shaking your hand and the other grabbing you at the elbow, while his two left hands hold up in his hands in almost like a victory salute. It looks a little bit weird, but then again, you'd need 3 fingers for it to feel normal as he kind of returns to what he was doing after you say this to him. The chieftain is kind of returning and watching as the sun begins setting. And it's not exactly corresponding to the time you have on the watch currently. In the course of about 4 hours, you watched the sun pass almost entirely through the sky, as it was sunrise when you got here, and it's almost sunset. Barely 4 hours have passed as you hang out.
Are all of our watches still in sync?
Yep.
All right, so this is giving us time outside of the plane, it looks like.
Cool. Then,
Would you like to walk through the jungle to the threads of spider silk, holding this metaplane to the bridge that extends deep into the rest of the metaplanes? Would you like to try and make contact with other spirits on other metaplanes? Or what would you guys like to do as the village awaits for its tribal hunters to return from their daily trip out to the forest, hunting for more forage?
for the mages out there, or for the mage out there, the if you do you want to summon a spirit? Is that good?
No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
What would be so? Just out of curiosity, what would be so bad about summoning a spirit?
I don't know how the fuck this plane deals with summoning spirits, and I have had bad luck today.
So just random shit that you're not prepared for could happen.
Yes, that's one way of putting it.
Would you like
It
to
is.
roll magical theory? Do you have spirit theory or arcana?
I have spirits.
I would also just ask the shaman if he has a moment.
Would you like to ask him if he can direct you to any spirits? He's told you that he can't lend you any warriors to guide you or help you hunt down the Gremlin King, but are you asking him for a direction to other spirits or a direction to other metaplanes?
I want to ask him for. I'll ask him specifically for that. I have 3 questions. The first one being, do you have any advice on summoning spirits here? That's 9 words.
Still one question. I'm actually going to put a pause just on that question as Scaldy rolls enough hits on spirits to know, like, basically at the end of the bridge that you're at in the metaplanes, all spirits are going to be kind of pissed off that you're summoning here. The closest that the closer you get to their home metaplane, that you summon them to another metaplane, the better off you're going to be. But obviously, if you summon them to an opposed metaplane, you're going to piss off the whole spirit world, in addition to the denizens of this metaplane that you summon that spirit to.
Yeah, we get none of that.
So yeah, summoning a water spirit to the metaplane of fire will piss off the fire people, and it will piss off the water people. Summoning any spirits down here at the ass end of the dark corner of the metaplane that you're in, just before the Inve and the rest of the nasty stuff like insect spirits and the houses of the dead and the endless fields of battle and things like that. Nobody likes coming down here. You're in a bad neighborhood right now, technically.
Mhm.
Yep. I think we just carry on to the web.
Could we just ask him simply if he knows somebody who does have a grudge, if it's not from his tribe, who could give us assistance?
Yeah. The other thing is, I wanted to ask him, is there anything we could do to free up a trio of soldiers to guide us?
I think he mentioned that he doesn't have any soldiers to spare.
Like, is he under
He's trying
defended?
to
Is
do
that
a
his
task.
concern, or?
In this case, he doesn't have the hunters to spare because he just doesn't have enough food. Should you return the corpses of a gaggle of Anansi, he doesn't seem to count numbers the way you do. He wants a bunch of Anansi returned to the village. If you succeed in that, he might be able to free up a few warriors to help guide you at least across the web and back down the bridge a ways.
I think that's a worthwhile pursuit.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, so long as I don't have to do any physical labor. Or wait, no, I can do the most physical labor. I'm super strong here.
Yeah.
Um,
Where
I
I
thi-
mean,
What were you
Actually,
saying?
good.
well, we know the Gremlin King is probably on an elemental plane that he's made a deal. So we can go to an elemental plane, summon the spirit of that plane, and then they can help us.
That too.
Yeah.
and you think that would be of greater benefit than hunting Anansi to get a gaggle of warriors to help us?
As it was discovered on last run, we really can't change this realm at all. So even if I and this is me speculating, but I think if we tried to drastically change something to that effect, there might be a equal and opposite reaction to prevent us from changing the realm. And I don't think we're prepared to deal with that.
Okay. Well then, let's soldier forth.
Okay, so you're gonna try and navigate the jungle. Give me another sensor check. How are you guys doing this? Are you doing it low and slow and sneaky style? Single file through the jungle? Are you using levitate spells? Are you getting the assistance of some movement powers? Are you on skimmers? How we setting up for our little travel here?
Well, Corvus has traceless walk, so he's not leaving behind any tracks, and also, hovering like a nanometer above the ground, technically, not disturbing any leaves or anything like that.
Nice.
Do they, in the same way that they don't count numbers similarly to us, do they count distance similarly? Do we have a sense of how far this is?
Can Corvus do a smart guy interjection here?
Yeah, you can do a smart guy interjection.
If they are a primitive, quote unquote tribe, they're probably counting logarithmically instead of arithmetically. So instead of 1, 2, 3 is equidistant from each other. 1 is 1, 2 is twice as big as 1, 3 is 3 times, or 3 times as big as 1, etc. So it's more of a curve than a line. So the bigger the number gets, it's a more drastic increase. It's the difference between, like, if you're in a primitive society, and you one lion is there, and if 2 lions are there, that's a big deal. But if there's 99 lions there, and then you add another lion, that's not really much of a difference. So
maybe we could just ask how much the sun moves between now and when it takes to get where we're going.
well, I'm just saying, if he says a low number, don't expect that to necessarily might be a lot.
Well, it's a little bit tricky because it is a weird distance. As the Tsuchigamo village disappears into the distance behind all the foliage, as you wander through the jungle, you begin seeing the spare fibers of spider silk stretching out from the meadows as various trees become entrenched with the threads of the web. You walk through the jungle for a little bit further as the daylight recedes around you. Castle, your sensors, and Pefarbor, your perception. Keep you guys apprised of small movements and shuffling around the trees as you carefully avoid the root systems that seem to be overrun with the webs that are a little bit smaller and silkier and seem to be attached to those enemies of the Tsuchigamo, the Anansi. You, however, make your way towards some giant silk threads that begin stretching off into space. They rise at a distance of about 30 degrees, 30% slope as you look up and see that, yeah, they stretch off into space. You walk up them for what seems like an eternity, but could only be a moment, as you don't lose your breath technically, as you rise above and see that the metaplane actually hangs like a disc beneath you, floating on top of the astral sea, as the webs seem to be overrun and carrying you up to a bridge that hovers above that sea, floating off in the distance to the east. You're rising up from the warrior planes, which seem to stretch into the field of battle, also connected by that giant web, as it overtakes the end of the bridge, where you can see bits of stone constantly grow and crumble off into the astral sea, disappearing beneath a wave of colors. At the edge of the bridge, where you see that crumbling, you are going to see a black and tangled mass that you can occasionally see the surface of an eye come through. A single bloodshot eye with a dilated pupil, occasionally scarred or tetrachromatic or
Spooky.
That's
Yeah.
terrifying. Does anybody know what that is?
I don't want to know.
Don't look at it too long, as you turn away and hear the maw of a dark and distant galaxy open behind you, and beg for you to let us in. Don't
We
worry
won't-
about rolling willpower.
We won't be doing that.
It's,
Yeah.
while this is happening, Scaldy's going to be telling the team, it's like, listen, I know you have the urge to understand your surroundings. Don't think about it here. You don't want to understand this place.
You realize coming up to the bridge that, yes, the galaxy that you see paralleled on the opposite side from the warrior planes is the fields of battle that stretch on for eternity, as a number of Valkyries and Vikings and other warriors locked in a doomless, painful struggle in endless battle continue to fight long after they have been stabbed to death many, many times. The bridge stretches off to the east, as you see a number of similar disks floating in the astral sea, leading off into planes that look like they grow into massive spheres as you take small bridges down, as you move out of the metabels and down into the civilized metaplanes. You can see stretching in front of you pretty much all of the metaplanes. Which ones were you interested in checking first?
Were we given instruction on which the Gremlin King was in?
You were given likely areas he might be in, as the yellow brick road stretches to north and south ad infinitum ahead of you. The various discs hang about and will correspond them to colors.
So, if I remember correctly, he is like bribing an elemental plane to let him have a little chunk of territory. So, and I'm sorry, my knowledge of metaplanes is kind of fuzzy. Would the bit that got pulled out of Hong Kong, would that just stick in one?
If it is a subplane, those have been known to pop off and move into other planes and bisect them and create new things as needed, whenever the realities need to be submerged by each other. So basically, looking down at the yellow brick road, you can see there's a red and a blue and a brown and what's going to be a white one. There's going to be water, fire, earth, and air kind of opposed there on the daises.
Oh, go ahead.
And then the subplanes are going to be matching up to those. So, like in the subplane of ice coming off of water, you would have another circle or a subplane that kind of shifts between there and air. So the ice plane kind of sits at a corner of the metaplane of water, and you would be able to step in there, and it would be a new metaplane with some other different rules to it, but different entities would be in charge of that.
So we can go to any plane except for water.
Well, I have an idea, but it may involve everybody, restraining me and maybe putting a bit in my mouth so I don't swallow my own tongue when I have a seizure.
What's your idea?
Well, I mean, we're sitting on a road, so I'm going to try to use psychometry on it and see if I can't get any clues that way. You know, maybe whatever entities that they have a deal with, were to and fro on business, and I might be able to, if I dig deep enough, gain something on, the goings on of this place. At least, at the very least, maybe learn some of the politics.
Let's save that as the last resort.
Do we see any traffic going in and out of the planes from where we're standing? Would we be able to?
Yeah, there is a bit of traffic. There are travelers on the bridge. You can see people at the far end of the bridge, down in the web section, doing some other stuff as they fruitlessly try to pick up bricks and reform that bridge, wearing their gray robes over into that void and orb of nothingness where you can occasionally see a mouth or an eye appear out of a giant, massive, churning shadow. These folks are, they're wearing gray robes. They appear to be fruitlessly going about a task. However, the bridge does seem to be getting closer the longer you watch. Other people seem to be moving between the planes. You can see folks that are obviously magicians and other astral travelers who kind of give you the odd eye as they pass by you on the bridge, traveling between areas. You can also see spirits, usually not opposed spirits, occasionally pop over from plane to plane as they go looking for various subplanes. Within the metaplanes, you'll occasionally see a plant hop over and run over and check on something on the earth plane, or look for some good soil real quick. Frolic with some earth spirits, as it were, every now and then. You can occasionally see one of the air spirits go over to the fire plane and get some flames whipping there, as you see them go make friends and play. It's the metaplanes, friends. It's a giant play place for spirits and weird bullshit. So, what are you looking for now along the bridge?
I'm feeling the planet Earth.
Well, I'm wondering if could you sense people coming? Would you be able to sense like an aura that was a goblin aura,
If I
or the
know what,
infected goblin?
if I knew what those looked like already.
You can. I mean, I would be throwing around a sensing left and right up here, see what's going on.
Oh yeah,
Or
I'm
is that
pretty
basically
much
just perception.
not turning a sensing off while we're here.
Mr. GM, what is
Yeah.
the metaplane that it is thought the Yama Kings are from?
That would be the plane of dreams, my friends. Still in the metabells. That mirrors across from the realm of death. Sometimes the realm of dreams is, of course, perceived to be a subplane of the realm of man. So people kind of wonder if those planes bubble between each other.
I would recommend to everybody that that if it is reasonable that we check out the plane of dreams. The Yama Kings are the group of metaplanar entities that arrived in Kowloon at the same time as the disappearance of our location. And if that's the case, the likelihood that our facility is at or near there seems high, though of course the physics and logic of this place pretty much escapes me.
What kind of spirits are native to there?
Dream spirits? These would be various kinds of guided spirits and things like that. In some cases, however, they could be spirits of man who have very different hallucinatory powers and things like that.
We can do that. I can't summon a spirit there.
Okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, we have to go where the money is.
Yeah.
I'm a spirit or no.
But I mean, we could if we went to a place where I could summon a spirit. The spirit may be coy with us, but if I can summon it, it at least guarantees an answer.
All right.
Okay. Oh, I
I'm
trust the
gonna go into
mage,
that.
so let's do it.
All right. So I would like to go to Earth, but whatever you guys want.
I'm open to it.
I'm deferring to all the magic-y types because I
Yeah.
don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I
Yeah, dude,
am
lead the
a
way,
magic.
Mage.
I am a magic type in quotation marks. So I also default to the mage's wisdom here.
I wouldn't say wisdom, but off to the earth realm we go.
What do our watches say by the time we've traveled this distance?
When you get onto the bridge, after you begin your journey with the intent to get through the jungle, it seems like an eternity, but actually only 5 hours have now passed as you lose quite a few hours on the warrior plains. But now time on the bridge seems to have slowed down quite a bit as people move past you. Was anybody rolling a sensing on the bridge, or did I miss that?
Yeah, constantly. I'm doing a sensing the whole time we're here until such time.
Would you like to roll sensing again while you're
I
on the
absolutely
bridge, or
would
were
like
you psychometrizing?
No, we
Psychometrizing.
we decided against that. So I'm going to do a sensing again.
So the one thing that you do see that is not very familiar with most of the other realms, as you take a look at the astral signatures coming into and out of the various metaplanes, your decker is probably right in that you have bundles of like 50 or 30. It's really tough to tell exact numbers. Bundles of 30 or 40, 50 astral signatures being carried out in groups onto the bridge and carried out of the astral planes, evidently, or carried out of the metaplanes.
Whoa. Okay, we're not going to Earth plane. This is our shit. Those are the metalinks, probably. Can I like put a stop on our travel for a second?
Yeah, you can go check that out. Just remember the clock.
Yeah, let's go check that out. Let's get a little closer.
You cross back down the bridge following the trail of closely clumped signatures that all have various individuals on them that look vaguely demonic, vaguely hungry for energy. As you come across a section of the Metabells that has completely overtaken the bridge again, the warrior plains and the plains of battle stretch out far in the distance. Here, the plane of dreams is a constantly shifting landscape as various trees, scenes of nature rise up between houses and other things, castles, pyramids. A very odd realm indeed, but the signatures seem to trail in right into the middle of the dais that makes up the metaplane of dreams as you guys make your way down the web. Everybody falling in here real quick, give me a perception check to try to stay together. Perception or e-warfare, whatever is most convenient. You can also roll a sensing to try and keep an eye on the rest of your crew as you guys try not to be separated as you enter into a haze of illusion.
Well, shouldn't we now officially use that spell that we, so we can telepathically communicate? Like, would now be the time?
I think that spell is gone to us.
That is perception, by the way, visual perception.
Okay.
Oh wait, I think it should be 12. What am I getting the 2 for? Oh, because it specialization. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to roll 2 more.
You guys manage to stay together as you plow through. Whoa. Okay, so you got 5 there. Okay. Path, what was your 7? Okay. We lost Rain. Okay, yeah, we got the 4 of you. Okay, good. Everybody makes it through, and you do not lose connection with each other as you cross the bridge down into the realm of dreams. As this metaplane's constantly shifting around you, as entire worlds are restructured around the momentary dreams of various denizens back there in the meat space, as the astral sea is perforated by their resonant magical energies reaching out in to shape this bit of energy. You can see that the trails, the astral signatures continue off into the distance as you reach a small trap door placed almost what you feel like is geometrically center in the middle of the metaplane. The trap door looks fairly dingy. It has an old rusty handle. It appears to be in the basement of a house, but you can't see a roof or anything like that as you stand here looking down at it. Outside the walls of this dingy basement room, everything else is constantly shifting. This seems like the only static place inside the metaplane of dreams, as you might realize you're crossing into a subplane now if you open this trapdoor. But it is where the astral signatures seem to be leading.
Before we do this, I am going to cast a spell.
And afterwards,
So
I.
take this.
Okay.
Doing math here. Let's say a force 6 increased reflexes.
Gotcha.
Before we go through the trap door, I'm also going to go ahead and use psychometry just to get a little information on what we are. So I'll take off my glove and kind of run my hand along the edge of the trap door.
Yeah, so Scaldy's going to pull out a log and hold it and start chanting.
Okay. As you watch the log glow in your hands as you begin sustaining the spell, as the intense force is channeled through there and some of the drain is offset, you reach your hands around the lip of the trap door here, feeling the frayed wood at the edges and the untreated barren floor around you. Everything feels cold, but the weird thing is, on the other side of the trap door, you can faintly smell soy sauce.
Oh, don't tell me that.
Soy sauce.
Hell yeah, that's the
Cartoon
noodle
City.
shop next door.
Yeah, dog.
Well, do I get anything on psychometry?
See what the Gremlin King. You don't see anything on psychometry.
All right. That's odd. All right, gonna put my glove back on and look a little awkward.
Cool trick.
Well, I promise this never happens.
I'm sure you tell all the ladies that.
Tough to read a signature in the metaplanes, you might think, but even weirder that it wouldn't come back with anything. As you lift the trap door and look down into what looks like a dry sewer, as a very round brick hallway extends east and west beneath you, with the trap door open as the metaplane of dreams swirls around you. Are you jumping down into this open sewer as it looks?
I will let
Yeah.
the meteor types do that first.
We're all meaty here, bud.
I will drop in first.
Okay. You drop in. Throw me a quick perception check as you take a look around.
That was Pat Froling before he dropped in to look down there to see what I could see.
In the distance, stretching off, you can see above you, it looks like there's a flat cement track that you can see footprints on as you stand upside down. Evidently, you can see a ladder connects to that cement path. And currently, where you're standing, it looks like there's a number of manhole covers every roughly city block, a little less than a third of a mile in this case, or not a third of a mile, a little less than 1/5 of a mile between each of the intervals of these sewer manhole covers as you look in each direction. Daylight appears to be showing through them currently.
All right.
Above you, a river of shit flows. As you can see, the occasional sneaker, solid bits of effluent, wet wipes, and syringes and other things bob down a river of stench and foulness.
All right.
Pef, what are you guys doing, Scaldy?
That's what Scaldy saw going in, not Pef saw looking down. Is Scaldy?
That's kind of what Pepsi's looking into. I
Yeah.
assume once you have Scaldy in there, you kind of poke your head through and take a look as well,
All right.
and see that she's kind of clinging moon boot style to the ceiling of an upside down
Yeah.
dimension cemented on the back of the one you're currently in.
We're
I'll
in
follow suit.
the upside down.
That's right. Literally. I'll follow suit right behind.
Okay, so you drop down. Scaldy, roll me a quick gymnastics test as you take a quick step to the left. And Pef Harbor tries to land where you were standing. Suddenly, you realize you lose adhesion to the edge of the wall as you take your first step and you begin falling as gravity rights itself, at least in your personal need.
Ha 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 ha.
You do not fall in a river of shit. Congratulations.
Good thing we're on the astral, otherwise that would have went way worse.
I'll say, oh shit, sorry, Scaldy, and then I will try to make a graceful transition, expecting that my first move will.
We all hope for a graceful transition. Go ahead and throw me that gymnastics or a default agility. Alrighty, so you take a look around as you and Scaldy kind of right yourselves on a little concrete path running alongside a river of effluent, as I have described above. A number of ladders stretch off in the distance, reaching up to manhole covers for what looks like a brief amount of city blocks. You look off into the distance to your east, and it segments actually fairly quickly as you can see. Floating around you is nothing but a very starry space as a of light look in from a giant gash in the sewer where evidently the astral gateway cut off the material plane.
So I both as a player and as a character, I'm not exactly sure how the metaplane works, but Castle is going to say, do look into the mages. Do smells work the same here? I understand that's a dumb question, but like, do senses work?
Oh, they all do. You can
So-
starve to death in the planes.
So what I was going to say is I'm going to flick on my olfactory sensor, and if I remember the description above correctly, the noodle shop was directly adjacent to our shop.
Careful about electronics.
It's inside of me.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So I'm going to, I'm going to
the
flip
smells
on.
of curry, hoisin, sesame oil, bits of cooking pork, krill, and mycoprotein.
That sure seems promising.
You pick up horchata, some curry spices, apparently a butcher's effluent trail, stage 3 human decomposition, and the smell of burning silicon and phosphorus.
Huh. That one's more interesting. Do I smell anything that smells like burned popcorn, because burned popcorn is the smell of bad electronics components when they pop.
Oh, I think that's the silicon and phosphorus is probably
Oh,
electronics, right?
yeah.
Yeah, that would. It is. It smells like that popcorn. Yeah.
You never knew that's what you were smelling.
I never knew that. I just knew that's what it was when a capacitor popped. That's exactly what it smells like. Okay, I'm going to point this out to the team. Navigation-wise, looking at where we might be going and where that is relative to our current location in the River of Shit.
Okay. Yeah, you're looking about a half a block down towards the west, away from the stars, opening up into a vast open space that seems to lead to nothingness. Yeah, you follow the sewer pipe down after everybody does a little gymnastic stunt, having watched Scaldy almost take a dip in a river of shit that does, however, stink of human effluent. Wow, pretty sharp there. Yeah, but it seems to
I
be
need to
a
make my
moment
gymnastics roll. Sorry.
Um, I think this is a good time to mention while I remember. My armor still has Quigley's blood all over.
Fantastic.
Because
Beautiful.
cleanliness for wimps.
That's not hygienic, and that is very un-Norse of you. Your Norse goddess would be very not proud.
Well,
Just
Thor
gonna
wasn't
ruin
very Thor wasn't super hygienic, like even in Norse mythology.
strip the finish after time, but that's your own problem to worry about. As refinishing full body armor hasn't obviously come into your character's perspective yet. Need that nice shiny gloss if you're really going to intimidate people.
Can as we move down there, do we see any like surveillance equipment down here, electronics, anything, sensors, anything at all?
Not really. You can see a bunch of wiring hanging off into space that indicates it was once connected to large power supplies and stuff like that. However, you're in a segmented block of the city. It looks like most of the utilities are not running down here currently or have just given up the ghost. There's still a bunch of shit here contained here because it's not just floating off into space because the pipes haven't been cut off. It's pretty interesting to see, but there's no sensors or at least security that you can see immediately.
Okay, nothing that I could like lay a data tap on and see if it's connected to a host.
Roll me matrix perception.
What? Okay.
Do we need an electronic device to be on to do that?
That's yeah, because I'm more
is.
like
So
I'm more thinking to look like with my eyes so that I could just see if there was one so that I could turn it on and off really fast.
I also have a dumb possible recommendation. And that dumb recommendation is if we find anything that looks like a cable or anything like that, I have both my deck built in as well as an induction sensor in my hand.
Yeah, so that is genius. You should do it. Not me.
Okay. Yeah, one of you throw me matrix perception. 5 hits on that perception check. It's just not quite enough for this, but maybe with some astute eyes, you might bust some sleeves.
Sorry, didn't have my decking sheet up. 1 second.
Fellas, I'm going to step away for like probably 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Okay. You get down into the tunnel without too much of an issue there, Castle.
Sorry, I was just pulling up my spreadsheet with all my dice pools on it already pre-calced. So that should be the longest that takes. And no mentals change while you're in magic space, right?
No.
Okay.
You get dimmer.
Here's a dumb question. Does like hot sim and cold sim work the same way? That
That's kind of what I like tried to drive at whenever I asked him about whether technology would work the same way here, but it sounded like they were being kind of cagey and we'll have to figure it out because every astral plane has different wonky stuff inside.
This is a server that disappeared in 2056.
okay? So it might be old Matrix, and it's probably wired.
Which is
So
why
let's
it's
go
such a
hunt for wires.
difficult check. Yeah. So you might be able to spot it. I just need that matrix perception check from you guys while you're looking down the sewer here. To
I
see if
rolled
there
matrix
is-
perception without my hot sim bonus.
Okay.
You run loud or silent?
Oh,
It's
and
like,
I'm running loud. So
and I guess the other question is like, I don't know if our magical friends would know whether or not gremlins are attracted to just any energy source. Would they be equally attracted to their comlinks as ours, or would they be able to pick ours out as a new energy source?
probably, let's safely assume that they can identify us as new.
Yeah, it's probably the safe assumption.
The what I want to do is I have engineering as a skill. In our
Okay.
sewer pipes, would there be wiring conduits?
Yeah, that's actually kind of what you're looking at, as you can see a Hong Kong City power uplink station kind of nestled between a few of the pipes. It doesn't look very obvious, but you do see that it does have a live wire box, the warning cage on it. And taking a quick look at it in the matrix, you see it does apparently it's still got power somehow. It's still wired to something and still sending and receiving a signal to something in the sewer. So throw me that. What are you doing? Hack on the fly here?
I will. Yeah, let's throw a hack on the fly at it. I'm gonna check in with my computer for the first time. Does my agent work?
Agent doesn't need the matrix to function, does it?
No, it lives. It's a program. It lives fully on my deck.
I don't see any issues with it.
Cool. Just checking. Alrighty then. I'm going to point to Buddy Decker next to me and say, "Hey, I'm gonna check this out really quick, and I'll let you know what's going on."
Okay.
All right. I'm flipping to running silent. I technically have wireless off because I'm going through my induction receiver on my hand, and we're gonna throw a hack on the fly at it with an assist from the.
Throw it for me.
Remember the rules. If you succeed on this, you have to say, I'm in. That's just the law.
All right, sorry, my computer's freaking out. What the fuck? My shit. It just crashed. I'm coming back to roll 20 now. Okay, here we go. Sorry, my roll 20 crash and rebooted.
Okay.
Agent is a god.
Best fucking rolls ever. Why are agents so powerful? I don't get it.
I keep them all.
You rip off the glove as you connect the data jack and the induction receiver. You reach over to the one exposed wire you can see after opening up that little power couplings covering case. You touch it with just a fingertip as you reach out into the code and quickly arrange yourself around the bits of the firewall that you can openly see, receiving the most of the power supply. You throw a quick mark on it without too much trouble as you're connected to Hong Kong Power Supply Station 85, currently servicing 85th and Kowloon.
For the is this a grid or a host?
This is part of a. This is an old school host. This is apparently most of the power relay that is intact for the neighborhood was actually run through. Apparently, some bit of machinery behind the wall that this coupling is exposed in front of.
Does it have the traditional host ratings of a Taxley's data processing firewall?
It has pretty much the equivalent. It just doesn't have the typical structure as you begin seeing data shuffle off into host designations or some kind of pan designations like blue, blue 8, and red 6. It does seem to correspond to attack defense ratings and things like that. However, as you seem to be staring down, what is the equivalent of an R4 host? It is industrial, but you do have direct access to it, and you are directly wired into it.
Okay. I turn very aggressively to Peth and say, "I'm in."
Nice.
Yes. Thank you.
Alrighty then. So, what we're going to do is I have a new pretty deck now. So my array is going to be sleaze oriented, and I'm going to flicker to a firewall oriented on defense.
Okay.
I don't know what y'all saying, but it is music to my ears.
Alrighty then. So, I am inside of this host now. I'm going to matrix perceive around, and what do I see? Oh, and you know what? Fuck it. We're in magic space. I'm dropping into hot sim. Everybody comfort my now crippled body supported by cyber limbs.
As the Decker goes unconscious, and you guys look down a small sewer tunnel trying to keep his body cradled there, as the sounds of Chinese street above you seem to trundle past as you can hear the small ad jingle outside of a noodle shop, rattle endlessly on about the various forms of curry and mei fun you might be able to pick up. So inside the host, you are going to see essentially all four of the shops have individual like slave data hosts running off of this thing.
Huh. Okay. And the four shops again were the noodle shop, the comlink shop, and then what were the
The
Julio's
bodega.
Bodega and Daofeng Dentistry.
Yep.
Nobody happens to have like a Faraday sack, do they?
I have a few Faraday pockets, but nothing
Alrighty
very
then.
big.
Are they sewn
So-
into your clothes, or are they
Yes.
just okay?
Alrighty then. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm wondering if I can join in. If I can join you with if a Faraday pocket would protect it from being detected here, but I don't know.
Probably not.
All right.
We're probably gonna have to fight out some gremlins here pretty soon.
Maybe. I'm working on a plan for that.
Sorry, I didn't
Hi.
mean to interrupt, man.
I have a plan. It's high force fireballs.
Well, hold off on that. Let me try something first if we get into something hot.
Okay. So
Currently the Decker. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to basically matrix perceive each of those hosts and look for ratings and if there's anything crazy on them that is unique or different because we're in magic space.
Uh,
Oh, well, that's interesting. A bodega with an R7 host.
It's not.
no, that's attack.
Oh,
Or-
7
Sorry.
attacks. Oh, they're all R4? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's just their stat block. It gets like +3, +2, +1, and then R.
Alrighty then. Well, I am not one to bat around the bush. Let's take a look at Joyride.
Throwing a mark, or are you just taking a look outside?
I'm gonna first peek outside, but then I'm gonna go and throw a mark. Also, this is weird. Is there patrol ice or a spider? Or for that matter, Overwatch?
The motif inside this host is pretty simple, just from the rough translation of SimSense over time. You essentially see 4 blocks representing the buildings. You can currently see the patrol ice has no one to report to, and its report log is full. So it's literally glitching out in the corner, unable to further report any other incidents. Therefore, it's not able to take any matrix perception actions until somebody edits the file to empty its report log.
Poor little host or ice.
Indeed. Would you like to?
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna take a look at Joyride. If the entrance to Joyride doesn't seem like anything weird or crazy, um, Matrix Perception is interesting in that I believe it can tell you who accessed it last, but I think that might only be for files.
The last action used on the file when it was used. Throw me a mark on Joyride.
And since I have Baby Monitor as part of my normal sleaze array, does it do anything?
Currently it is glitching.
Cool. I'm not going to take that as perfect. I'm just going to say that that's a thing.
It doesn't look like your Overwatch score is raising. It does say that you have compiled some code actions that may create illegal exceptions, but right now nothing is noticing, as everything else seems to be running fine with the host. Whoa! You get 2 marks on Joyride, as something glitches inside.
That's convenient. All right. I am entering into this host.
Okay. This host is also absent of metaphor, as Simpsons translations don't make out over 30 years of technological change. In this case, you see a very simple 2051 era operating system software for Joyride communications. It's currently got, you would see about 15 devices in the shop slave to it under security protection, including a cell phone manufacturer, a battery refurbisher, a form fitting case, essentially extruder, 3D printer style thing. They do have a cell phone manufacturing factory upstairs looking at all the equipment in here, and sales receipts and shipping and manufacturing things.
Fascinating. Alrighty then. What I want to do is I want to matrix perceive for both hidden anything running silent or hidden, as well as a foundation anchor or like a foundation door. You know what I'm talking about. I forgot what it's called.
Sure thing. Throw those dice for me. That will certainly be enough. Shit. Okay. Behind the device software, you see currently running the cell phone assembly machine. In this case, the Comlink assembly machine. You can see that someone's left a backdoor code router, currently leading you into what's rerouted as your main Hong Kong power grid extra host, is what it currently listed as. It gives its specification as a UV.43.
Oh, interesting. UV host. Okay. Kind of foundation-y, kind of not. Huh. All right. And oh, because this doesn't have a paradigm or whatever, it's just like a thing that it's attached to.
Yeah, it's just like raw code blocks, just because the Simpsons can't translate it beyond giving you some very basic squares and geometric shapes to represent the movement of code in your various commands.
Okay, so now entering UV host, is entering UV host the same as a foundation or different?
Well, now this is the difficult part. It could be UV or foundation, depending on the data density contained therein. You can click the link. It could be that you pop out in a UV host, which might have some different rules. It could be that you pop out in an ultraviolet host.
Because once I step into a foundation, I can't just bounce out. And what I want to do is I want to hitchhiker our boy in. So what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to step and communicate. Oh, I should have set this up beforehand. So I'm going to have to bounce all the way out to talk to him because he doesn't have a wireless connection, nor are we connected.
Okay.
We're not connected by MindLink, right? Or did everybody set that up?
No,
Nope.
we never formally set it up.
The mage
Alright.
with MindLink is in run room 4.
Ah, got it.
Run room,
Okay.
sleepy
So
town.
I'm going to bounce all the way out. What I am going to do is, hey, Pef, do you have a data jack?
Yeah, dude, I got a data jack and I got all this cable, and I'm gonna like pull the 50 meters of cable that I bought on my last run out of my bag. Be like, where you
All
want
right.
me to jack in, man?
So this is going to be dumb and it might work. Plug into my hand because that's where my data port is.
Sweet. Sounds kinky.
So basically what I'm doing is I'm plugging his brain into my hand, into induction jacking into this thing, and then I'm going to try and hitchhiker him through those data ports.
The only question is, are you putting him out on the other side of the sewer entrance in a reverse gravity situation with all that extra data cable you have?
At this point, Corvus has to step in and be like, "All right, there ain't no way those are real words. Y'all are just talking gibberish."
I think it makes more sense to have everybody who's going to be an unconscious VR meatbag to be together so that we can
be adjacent. Because if we go foundation, you're going, or if you go UV, we're running hot sim anyway, so you're passing out. So there's no choice here. I'm going to set myself up in a position and lock my cyber limbs in place, so at least it supports my meat body. And if you have to carry me, at least it's rigid. And I'm gonna try this all again.
You should still have the mark as long as you didn't reboot. So
yeah, I didn't reboot. I don't care about OS right now. So also, by the way, I'm doing standard OPSEC procedures of scanning myself for marks periodically, scanning the agent, that type of thing.
Of course.
Would I be able to matrix perceive what's going on at the host or at the question UV host versus possible foundation by being jacked in this way, or do I not perceive anything until I'm hitchhiked in?
Once you're jacked into him, you can matrix perceive because now you've got deck stats and stuff like that. You're essentially running off of his supply, yeah, you can attemptly use your own brain and his equipment to do that.
Could I roll? Would a matrix security design make sense to be able to maybe make a guess at what kind of what we were actually looking at before we jumped in?
Sure thing. Yeah. Roll me either engineering or matrix design or matrix security design, or if you have a foundation knowledge skill, that would also apply here.
I also have matrix, the matrix skill with host design. I have security design, but it's general and not matrix specific.
The one thing that kind of presents a problem to you, looking around at the extra dimensional reality you currently see this bit of power supply and computing power occupying, is that a UV host for a public power grid like this, meant to support a population of say 40 or 50 or even 60,000 square people in less than a square mile of space, is that they're meant to transfer huge amounts of power. They set up the UV host as basically a power backup, allowing them to dump a bunch of energy if they had, a power disruption, a massive fault. And so that energy would have somewhere to go. They set up UV hosts. And that UV host could basically create hyperdense SimSense loops over and over again in nobody's sensor in order to, say, get rid of that extra power if it ever had it there. In this case, now it has nowhere else to dump extra power, and it's been located here in a metaplane for about 26 years. And it's essentially a large nuclear reactor that just keeps cycling back that energy into the same UV host. And at this point, with nothing else to run besides a cell phone shop, a noodle place, a dentistry office that's probably closed in that bodega shop, it's probably got enough power that it has drifted into being a foundation.
Okay. So I will relay that.
Oh boy, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, buddy. There'll be one that's totally ungoverned too, so extra fun.
Alrighty then. If you could refresh my memory on what the deck stats equate to in the foundation. I'm going to look up your foundation basics.
Attack is strength, sleaze is agility, data processing is reaction, and firewall is body. And then as far as skills
It's a
go,
big game.
combat. Okay, there you go.
Out of curiosity, how big is a gremlin? Are they little?
Technically invisible with zero astral form. Could look like a fly or anything like that. Up to the size of, say, a tribble or one of the classic gremlins you might expect. Either way, they usually just possess the device and take it over.
A sense.
Well, I mean, I've been doing that nonstop since we've been here.
We have not
I have-
spotted anything yet. You guys are still in the sewer, however, as you might have found this secret way around. As some other stuff happens, we roll 6 hits on security design. You know everything there. Are we throwing some hack on the flies as your bodies go limp in the sewer tunnel here?
Yep.
And you get ready to hack.
So do I need to redo my? I have the marks from previous.
Oh
Can
yeah,
we
you
just
still
go
got
back
marks.
to? Okay. So can oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Mark the foundation entrance.
Let's do this.
I'm going to have to roll a composure here, too, to resist the urge to tie their shoelaces together when they're unconscious.
Roll that composure.
I don't want to do it, but it's my mentor demands it.
What's your sleeve limit? Because I'll have to hack on the fly to get my own mark to get in.
My configuration is 5 attack, 8 sleaze. Five attack, 8 sleaze, 6 data processing, and 7 firewall.
Tell you what, gang, I see at 9:17 p.m. I'm just going to take a quick break here. We're just a little bit past 3 hours or 4 hours here. And we'll come back at 1/2 as things start getting tense here as you land a mark on the door and get ready to fall into a foundation in a metaplane.
Woof.
Those shoelaces are definitely tied together, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Unless anyone is physically stopping me. Like, it's like kind of giggle and like untie their shoelaces to tie them together.
Scaldy will, when you're done, go and untie.
Oh.
Sorry, what was firewall again?
So we'll be back at 1/2. Everything up until then is a break time before we commence with the action. You do have a mark on the foundation door, and you are ready to hop into the foundation. Hitchhiking with those stats, Pef Harbor, you're going to be sharing the same stats as Castle while you guys are in here. So go get a drink as we get ready to start phase 2 of the operation here.
I believe I'm beginning to build a grudge against you.
So, what's Pef's background? I've never run with you before.
Yeah, Pef's. I mean, out of character, Pef. He was like he's the kid of a couple of wage slaves. Basically, tried to make a name for himself, like stealing data. And out of character, he's my first foray into a Decker character with like a face side.
Nice. Castle, unless he can manage to owe people a fuck ton of favors, is pretty useless as like a foundation hacker because he has such a shitty deck. But he's a pretty good muscle outside of being a hacker.
Not bad. That's an interesting combo. Honestly, the rental deck is smart, and the fact that we can both check in together is ideal.
Yeah, and because one thing I do habitually is I collect contacts. So like Castle's old enough, and I habitually collect contacts to where I'm now at 18.
Nice.
So I pretty much always have somebody to call on with various levels of loyalty to be like, all right, I'm going to owe you a fuck ton of favors. And I've built up a reputation where I always deliver on them. So Cozy in particular likes calling me on favors mid-run, knowing that Castle will deliver.
Yeah, I was wondering, do you end up having to do a lot of solos to pay off all those chips? Or?
No, I almost always pay off chips in run by risking it all for
For more favors.
yeah. Well, like I have a fixer on here named Stockwell who actually Cozy was playing on this run. The last game that he played, I think, Jesus, was like a million fucking years ago. And he was the face and basically got me in to meet with this Gianelli fixer, who I then asked to set me up as a security detail for this orc pop star. So I owed him 3 chips because he did us a favor.
Mhm.
Then, in the course of the run, I befriended and burned Edge to get the alliance of the equivalent of the punk rock orc Taylor Swift of Shadowrun, to convince her to do something. And at the end of the run, she went out on a huge limb for me to trust me on this. So I owed her 3 chips. And then in the middle of the run, I called my J and was like, there's no way I can hack this host and not live. And I need a file that's inside of it to complete the job for you. And so he did that, and I owed him 3 chips. So I ended the run with -9 chips.
Yeah. That's hilarious. You still have all those people's contacts?
Oh, yeah.
All but the J, I guess, probably.
No, I still have the J. The J is a runner hub host. Yeah. No, that run was ludicrous. Like I should have died 100 times over.
Meant to be, man. What's Castle Street cred?
It is 9.
Not too shabby.
He's got 2 Noto from his horrific abuse of Cram and Psych.
Do you know it's bad if it's bad enough that you have Noto for it?
Yeah, I took a moderate Psych addiction at Gen for no karma.
Nice. Nice. That's a strong roleplay choice.
He was already capped out on other stuff, and it's not like, I mean, when you're running around with 9 agility, 9 logic, like the likelihood of you getting re-addicted is fairly low.
Yeah.
Oh, and he has narco, so it's like
All right, I'll be back in 8.
Wonder if Zach is still snoring.
you can always hop over and listen. Update. It appears he has rolled over and is no longer snoring.
I'm just, I can't say that. Never mind.
Yeah, you're an important person now. You got to be nice on comms.
Well, it wasn't about being nice. It was about information that probably, yeah.
Cool.
Now I'm sad. Damn it. I hate being important.
That's what you signed up for. Suck it up.
Yep.
Oh, man.
He's gone. You'll never get him back. Zach broke
We
his
lo-
neck. He passed out so hard.
We lost him to the metaplanes. We lost him on the metaplane of dreams. Oh, no.
Oh no!
He didn't even get there.
Yeah, he just never showed up.
I like the
Got him all
story.
the way up to the dreams.
I like him getting lost in the metaplane of dreams and then wandering back.
He got his advance though, so
Fuck,
Yeah.
he did collect and then not show. That's gotta be Noto.
Ooh.
Can you put a suppressor on an assault cannon?
Oh. No. Because I think their shells go boom.
But you can put them on an HMG.
Right, but I don't think HMGs like come with explosive shells.
I think legally you can, just not logically.
I'm
Can't,
surprised that suppressors in this game don't give recoil comp.
I mean, it's to balance out the gas vents.
Well, I mean, you could make suppressors give 1 recoil comp and then make the gas vents, do what they do now, like 3. That makes sense.
Right, but then the gap, I don't know. I
Well,
think
yeah, gas vent 1 would be worthless, but it's not like there's not already a bunch of mods. Plus, you'd have to have gas vent 1 to have gas vent 2. I'm assuming.
nope, you can just do gas vent 3.
Oh, well then I guess just well, yeah, I guess just not have gas vent 1. It would be obsolete.
The only
So can
reason
you
to ever
fire
have
more than-
less.
Go ahead.
Oh, the only reason to ever have not less than gas vent 3 is if it's an integral mod on a cyber weapon.
Gyro mount is the way of the future. Well, what's wrong with you guys?
Well, yeah, but if it was a decision between suppressor and recoil comp 1 or 3, I'd say that's a pretty good, that's a pretty good trade off.
Cozy, have I told you about the conversion of Cortez into the heavy weapons firing platform?
Fuck yeah! It's about
I'm
time.
going to get 2 of the what is it, the articulated hip mounts or whatever.
Oh hell yeah!
Put an HMG in each hand, then get the drone backpack and put 3 LMGs on his back, all operated by drones, and just have a crime pack and suppress.
My suppress costs me, let's see, 2,500 nuyen per combat turn. God, is it effective?
But it's beautiful.
What's that? You getting what's your average hit on each of your 7 machine? No, 5.
5.
How many dice are you throwing at that?
I would actually use a pilot and autosofts with a what's it called, with a RCC for the backpack. So the back 3 would be throwing in an optimal scenario 12, and with cause 6 pilot and then 6 of the thing, and then plus 2 because of the smart soft. So optimally, each one on the back would be throwing 14. And then I don't actually think you can split pool suppression. So, though you might be able to.
Because you're hitting multiple targets in an area anyway, so it's everybody within like a 10-meter cone at the point of first impact or first target selection.
So then using 2 guns to suppress is only just cooler and not actually more effective, but I'll do that anyway.
No, I think you get to still roll 2 attacks because any weapon you're expending the 20 rounds in and maintaining the suppressive fire action with over the entire combat turn continues attacking.
I think that violates multiple attacks unless I put the 2 cones elsewhere. So like I just make the area larger.
But then you have the 3 guns, so you're talking like a 50-foot cone of death.
Yeah, basically. And of course, you do that in heavy security armor.
My favorite Cortez is Invisible Murder Cortez.
That's a good one, man. That was
a good run.
Well, there was another. Were you on the run where he ghosted the run with the help of a couple of spells?
No, I was on the one where I kept on creating problems with fireballs and then fixing them with ice storm.
Yeah, the one where he snuck in and twisted the dude's head off, and biomonitors are stupid. The one that I'm talking about was a theft job where he jumped over a fence, snuck into a building, climbed down an elevator shaft, snuck past guards, stole a cyber deck, and snuck back up and out past the guards again. It was beautiful. And I used all 6 edge on just sneak rolls, but I also had a 6 hit improved invisibility on me, which made it really nice.
I feel like Cortez is gonna go down in hub lore as like the Chuck Norris of the hub.
My long-term goal is to turn him into a Fast and the Furious character.
I mean, he sounds like he already is. Although, to be fair, I've only watched the first 2.
He doesn't even have a car yet.
Yeah. Well, the car, I want to get him a Dodge Rhino.
What, your car, Westwind? Nice 2000.
Nah, man, the Rhino, which is the fucking APC with flash shields for doors.
Well, Cortez would only drive a Hellhound Mac.
Nah, that's too much of like a truck. Because the next, so I think about what I want to upgrade each of these characters with in terms of like gaining capabilities. So he's almost done with his underwater capability. So I have my water jets and I'm about to get my air tank. And then fins are super easy. But then the next thing is going to be air to surface. So I'll get him his hydraulic jacks, upgrade his wingsuit, and then I'm going to get him a Northrop Wasp so I can aerial insert literally anywhere all the time as a wingsuiting murder troll.
Can you imagine the
free fall ranks for the Daedalus? Just do it. Just come on.
That's what I'm going to do. But I need a Wasp to take me up in the air to do so.
I don't know, man. It sounds like you're building. Sounds like you're building Iron Man, not Fast and Furious character.
No, because he can't go up. He just like suits in. Like he hits the wingsuit and he just drops in. I can't get the image out of my head of like you're on a boat and just the Jaws theme starts playing, and all of a sudden Cortez pops out and literally tears a dude.
That's the dream, because you can get going fast enough with water jets to launch out of the water. So like I just want to be rocketing upwards and then launch out of the water and land on the deck of the boat.
No, you gotta launch up, grab a dude, and go back under on the other side.
Okay, that's pretty great. Yeah, I like that.
Just like you're on a boat with a bunch of pirates or whatever, and all of a sudden, boom, Tony's gone. It's like, wait, what the? And you see like bubbles of blood come out.
Oh, this is irrelevant. First, you chummers got to survive escaping from a Chinese noodle shop lodged adversely in the middle of the metaplanes, inside the subplane of dreams, as destiny looms in front of you. We are at about 8:33 too. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah. You land a mark on that foundation door as you rip open the handles of the code and see that ultraviolet link has a little bit more depth to it. You reach out and try to connect to the next level of the host, past the security protocols, this ancient Hong Kong power grid, as you watch reality shift around you, and things seem to go black for a minute as the code supersedes out into your vision and takes over everything, Castle and Peth. As you guys tumble blankly through space for a moment, you'll feel the brief synesthesia of SimSense becoming hyper real around you, as if your brain wasn't hyper tuned enough by the sheer force and power of the metaplanes suffusing your body and your brain. Now things have gotten a little bit trickier as you land somewhere in the metaplanes. The pair of you are wearing coveralls as you regain consciousness. Well, let's see where you're at. Why don't each of you roll me 1d7? Make sure I've got the fun stuff here for y'all.
Wait, is this just the foundation people or everyone else? Never mind.
This is the foundation folks who have now taken over the table. So Rain is already gone. Scaldy, Corvus, you guys might want to take a break for a minute because your deckers might be about to die.
That's not something I want to be gone for.
Well, should you choose to take a break, the option is now yours. As Pef, you roll 7, Castle, you roll a 5. Isn't Pef the lucky one? Well, if lucky is what you want to call it. Pef, you awake in a smoky room. There's a number of tables around you. They've got beer glasses and other things on them, empty ashtrays. As you can see, a number of old Tritio or television screens line up against a wall showing you various things like horse races, sumo matches, basketball games, other things like that, various games of sport and skill. You're wearing an Ares Industrious jumpsuit, and you have a pair of heavy steel-toed work boots on. You're apparently wearing an orange ball cap that says Lady Tigers on it.
Do I see the Lady Tigers on any of the television screens?
No, you do not currently. You have a betting chip in your hand for a game that looks like it ended about 6 hours ago that you lost miserably on.
Is there an obvious window with a line or something like that around, or are there other people in coveralls or things like that around?
There's a number of other people who kind of look like you or are wearing other workaday clothes who are walking to various booths where you're at and taking seats and watching the games and walking up to a series of small teller windows that are set into a countertop on the opposite side where a number of people in blue shirts seem to be handing out sports bets and taking bets.
All right, I will walk up to one of those teller windows that's free and touch the window and hold out my ticket and say, I got another loser. What's on the board? And try and touch the teller to see if I feel anything unusual as I do. Not as I'm handing off the ticket to him, to get rid of.
You feel sluggish and lethargic as you walk across the floor towards the teller and hand over your ticket as the words seem to pour out of your mouth like treacle or sap. Everything feels very dragged down as they hand you another ticket with a different bet on it, and you walk back over to the booth, feeling as if your entire body is being mired in quicksand.
I will look for a door out of this place and be like, I don't feel so good. I think I need some fresh air.
Yeah, it looks like the casino stretches off into the distance with some AR and slot machines. However, you do see a door with some sunlight on the opposite side of the casino leading out to maybe a parking lot or something like that. As you begin making your way towards the door, away from the rest of the crowd of people. I got you doing that for now. I'm going to take a flash over here to Kessel, who opens his eyes and takes a look around. You are in what appears to be a fairly large stadium. You're wearing a pair of coveralls that say, see, the Purple People Eater on them. You have a purple hat with that Purple People Eater logo. Your coveralls just have the team logo on there. As you're also wearing a pair of steel toe boots. You look down from your seat in the stadium and you can see a gigantic racetrack in front of you. The stadium is filled with possibly 500,000 standing, screaming, cheering fans. As you look down at the racetrack, you can see that there are women racing around on roller skates and rollerblades. They all appear to be 10 to 20 times your size, about 130, 140 feet tall.
Yes. Alrighty then. Can I use my sports knowledge to know that I am watching uh, giant, giant future mutant roller derby?
Sure, roll your sports knowledge to figure out that. Definitely kind of what it looks like.
Fuck.
I mean, it probably doesn't take much to identify sports. It looks like some kind of roller derby as you watch these women violently entangle with one another as they knock each other around the rink and fall into apparently an invisible glass force field containing their massive spills from the tiny audience below of regular sized humans. They race around the track as gallons of blood spill out of their bodies nonchalantly as the fight ensues as they race around the lap, make their laps. Um, as you look around this particular section of the note, what are you
Beautiful.
doing?
So what section am I sitting in?
You're currently sitting in the nosebleed section of the stadium itself. You can see a number of buildings out leading out into the parking lot, and some other like restaurants, a small shopping complex on one side, what looks to be a small shopping mall, and not much else in the host beyond the actual parts of the stadium, like the parking lot, the check-in, and the actual like maintenance yard for these giant ladies, which appear to be a couple large stretchers and a couple of large concrete pads where they do the work on the rollerblades and roller skates.
Cool. So I am going to mentally take a note of all of the areas that seem like the largest and like most obvious areas that may be other nodes. And then I am going to stand up, and I presume that I have at least one empty beer cup near me, if not more. Um, I am going to,
Thousands.
yeah, no, no, of my own, or at least adjacent to my seat. I'm gonna grab it, and I'm gonna go get another beer and look for things that are interesting to me.
Okay. So you take a walk up the stadium stands. As you touch the railing, kind of arching between some of the seats, you realize you're in the scaffolding node. Oh, pardon me.
Oh, all right. Hmm. Okay. All right. All right. So here we go. And fun fact, because we're hitchhiking, we can share DNI.
Hey.
Thanks, shared computer body.
Oh,
I'm
that's
gonna.
right. You're hitchhiking. You guys drop in together. My bad. Fuck. I'm a dick. All right, you can retcon that between null node or scaffolding control. I really apologize, guys.
Oh,
Nice.
I didn't. I mean, because we're hitchhiking, I'm not sure exactly how it worked. I figured we could very well land in different spots.
Yeah, I thought it was just a greater. I think like the text says like greater chance to arrive near each other. I don't know. We could be further apart. I'm not against.
No, the
Whatever you wanna do,
hitchhiking is
Cozy.
kind of like you guys are right on top of each other since you're sharing the deck. You could, of course, arrive in separate locations. We could leave it like that. I'll allow you to choose whether you want to retcon it and place your companion at the scaffolding control with you, or both of you can hang out in the null. It's a lot of fun in the null. You can watch some games.
uh,
I don't know. I'll come over to scaffolding if that's all right. That's probably the best tactical decision. I don't mean to be selfish, but
Cool. Yeah, come on over. We're
all
we're
right.
sitting in seats together.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's fine.
What is
Okay.
this crazy sport? The pest is awesome.
Are you gonna share the art, Cozy?
I was looking for it in the chat, but I can't find the picture right now.
Sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
I think. Oh, there we go. For those of you interested, you can take a look at game chat at these giant ladies that are getting their boots worked on by a few of the technicians in the field as they get ready to go out on their roller derby races. Because the world needs more giant cat girls and roller skates. Either way. You guys stare out at the roller derby rink below you and take a look around the rest of the foundation. What are you doing? What are you thinking? What do you want?
I continue to say, "Let's go get a beer," and then I scream, "Go Purple People Eaters!"
Let's do it. I'll follow behind.
Okay. So, you're both in those purple people eater outfits. As you see a giant lady in purple attire make her way around the track, doing a quick lap and pulverizing a few skulls on her way before she gets violently smashed in one of the legs and is rapidly dragged out of the arena for some quick medical care and then refielded moments later in the hyper reality of some kind of foundation that might be the dream of a dead technomancer. Who knows? We certainly don't know. As you guys make your way back down lower into the stadium near the restaurants and stuff like that, you're going to pass by the main ticketing area and some of the lower stadium and atrium features like the gift shops and things like that in the bottom of this giant complex. What are you looking for as you make your way moseying around the host looking for a beer?
I am looking for so I'm looking for things that would be nearby, um, interesting people, um, anything that might indicate where the master control node might be, because the master control node is going to be feeding things into the scaffolding node.
It is. Okay, so well, the traffic goes one way from the master control node. I believe Castle has done a foundation hack before, right?
3.
3. Oh, okay. So, examining the traffic, you would realize, like looking at the traffic come of people coming back up into the scaffolding node out of the main lobby where the beer section is and stuff like that. It's probably not your main space. The one thing you kind of see is a grand drift of people off the main kind of racetrack as a number of technicians and other people kind of leave their positions around the roller derby rink to kind of join the stadium. You guys are in those technician outfits. Maybe the derby track itself or some of the pit stops along the way for the contestants of the master control node.
Oh,
Mm.
we're in technician outfits. So I turn to Pef. What is his? Does he have a nameplate on?
No, you guys just both say purple people eaters on them.
Cool. All right, Mr. Arbor. Shit, we're gonna be late for work. Let's go down and get back in the pits.
Oh God, you're right. Oh, like we can run off. I'll run off behind you.
Get Zooks, you filthy runners, thinking you're going to be late for work. I'd make you pull off a con check for that if I wasn't such a nice GM. Since you don't work. Runners working.
Actually, I'm gonna clarify this. Fuck, we're drinking. We should probably show up. Ugh.
There we go. That's a fucking shadow runner right there. That's what I want to hear as you make your way against the press of the crowd back down into the arena where you can see a net loss of technicians. Doesn't seem to risk variance too much, however, as you make your way through the stadium. and down to the derby track as you guys begin looking around down here. Why don't you give me a perception check as you take a look around the rink for what might be the actual control for the node? Also, give me an etiquette check or a sneaking check, whichever you might like to choose.
I would like to roll sneaking. And by the way, Pef, you should probably do most of the talking, buddy.
Yeah, no problem.
I tend to play Castle like he talks a lot, but he also has 2 charisma and is bad at lying, so.
Fair enough.
I assume urban applies to my sneaking spec?
Yeah, that'll work in this circumstance. Perception checks. See that perception, Pef? Open those eyeballs.
That's
And we still use our intuition, yeah.
Yeah. Still use the mental stats, just use your cyber tech, I believe, or cyber combat for physical.
It's hacking for physical, cyber combat for combat,
And software for social.
oriented. So yeah, software or actual for social, either, whichever is better.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Physical skills. Oh, so I can roll hacking for physical skills?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, y'all, sorry, I have to step away for 30 seconds.
Pretty good. As you guys do not get spotted, and variance does not drop down on your asses like a pair of hot lead as you kind of mosey around looking like technicians who don't quite know how to be technicians around the stadium. Eventually, you're going to come across one of the diagnostic kits, which seems to be testing the roller skates that these giant women are wearing. As you touch the diagnostic kit, you're going to have the briefest realization, Pef, that this is indeed the master control node.
All right. Can I try to use like technical skill of engineering to make it look like I fit in with the by using the maintenance kit while I try to access it to get a foundation map?
Sure thing. Or you can use your regular social check through the foundation. But go ahead and manipulate the host there. Give me that roll.
Already.
Are you confident in that level of success?
No, I'll edge it.
This was a foundation map.
Foundation map, yeah.
Okay. Oof, you get 2 locations in the node. Which 2 would you like?
I'd like the archive node, and I'd like the security control node.
Okay.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
No worries. Spent one edge. I got a foundation map for 2 points, getting security control node and archive node.
Oh, snap. Did you?
Okay. So you picked up the location of the security control node down there at the fuel pumps, just a little bit off the stadium there, where the blade maintenance and the blade and skate maintenance is at, bros. And a parking lot validation booth, which seems to be where most of the employees are getting off work and going out through a separate checkout gate when they get done with their day.
Okay.
Leaving off all their equipment and everything they brought to work with them.
All right.
Nice.
So I think, we dropping an anchor at the portal node is maybe not a bad idea, but we can do that on the way out. You want to go straight to the archive node and move from there?
I do, and also my innate curiosity makes me wonder, if this is a host in the metaplanes and we drop an anchor, can I still come here to enter the... That's tripping with me. All right, anyway, let's go to the archive. Can we enter the metaplanes as deckers through the resonance realms as a back door? That's fucky to the extreme. I love it.
Yeah, so
making it fucky.
So do we need to make it so, we probably shouldn't just like show up, touch the diagnostic kits, and then peace out right away. Is there maybe a way that we can do kind of like a extended etiquette or an etiquette test to stay down here long enough to not be suspicious and mess with the variants before we move on down to the fuel pumps? Or maybe manipulate the diagnostic kit in such a way that it indicates that we would need to go to the fuel pumps to get something for what would appear to be our job.
Absolutely. Let's make sure to not rile the beast, and we can definitely, work our way, hang out in the master control node, and then, do our normal job, obviously, which is go check on the fuel pumps, which is part of our blade maintenance schedule.
Oh, yeah, of course. I forgot.
Your schedule, bro. Bro, you maintenance blades, bro. The coolest rides on the world, bro.
Yeah,
You
bro.
a blade, bro.
I'm about to be blamed, bro. Let's go down to those fuel pumps, bro.
Bro, as long as you got your cargo shorts, you can blade a micro, bro.
Yes. I love this reality, and I don't want to leave.
Everyone's sipping on lovely, lovely sun-kissed soda, and they have some very nice Dayglow shades on as they walk past. But you are headed up
Sun-kissed
to
soda?
what,
I
the
assumed
archive?
this was a... Oh, sorry. I assumed this was more of a Four Loko type environment.
Oh, I mean, everyone who is of legal age is drinking Four Locos, but I mean, bro, come on. Everybody's into blades, bro. Can't be denying people the blade love based on age, bro. That's just
Is that how everybody's talking?
Yeah, pretty much.
Perfect. Bro, we need to go check out the fucking fuel pumps, man. What if they're low and we're gonna not be able to power our sweet blade maintenance tools?
Oh shit, bro, I didn't even think about that. We better hurry up.
Bro, nothing is badly bodacious as an empty fuel tank, bro. The supervisor yells at you from off the field. He's apoplectic with rage, but the bros at the end of every sentence and at the beginning of every sentence kind of off-put that. Bros, check on those fuel pumps, bros. You need to get over there, bros.
No empty pumps. No empty pumps. As I go like,
oh, for sure.
The fuel pumps.
100%.
So what are we doing in the security node, bros?
So, I just wanted to know where it was because we have to pass through it to get to the archive node more than anything else.
Yep.
But we can. I don't have anything to do here just yet. I don't think that we've messed with the variants too bad. So maybe we just make a quick stop, run that diagnostic equipment over the pumps to confirm that they are indeed full.
Yeah, for sure.
And then move on down to the parking lot validation booth, dude, because we get an urgent message on our work phones that there's a leaky pipe that needs a little.
Oh, I was gonna say, man, Bro, I totally forgot to pay my fucking parking ticket, and if I don't get down there right now, they're gonna tow my sweet Celica.
Oh, bro, not your Celica, bro. You put your heart and soul into that thing.
Yeah.
Bro,
So,
bro, dude, if you can you move my prelude too while you're down there? As a dude comes over and hands you his keys for his lovely prelude.
Yeah, bro, we got you. No problem, bro.
and I'm sure that you have a Mitsubishi Eclipse with a body kit. It's gonna be great.
Oh yeah, dude. I took that Lancer body kit, put it on the Eclipse. It's crazy.
Absolutely. All right, that's the story that I'm selling the node.
The beast is not riled yet, but Ricky Martin would not get riled with your behavior going like this so far. Thank God. As you guys make your way over to the archive, and tell me, what are we doing over here? Are we editing? Are we finding files? Are we copying files? What are we doing?
Once I get to the parking lot validation booth, I am going to lean up my hand and start chatting with the parking validation booth person. And I am
He
going
looks high as fuck, bro, as he hands you a joint as you walk up.
absolutely.
Bruh.
Whoa, bro, I'm on the job. I can only have 2 per day, and I'm already at 3. So just one more won't hurt. Thanks, bro.
It's cool, bro. I got 2 more for you, as he hands you a baggie with 2 fresh joints in it. And a fresh parking validation.
This is literally the best reality. You shouldn't. I almost want to stay.
Yeah, dude.
All right. This is foundation addiction. I finally figured it out. All right. So on my cyber deck, I have the file in question that we're supposed to insert.
Yes.
Because I'm a dumbass and it's only striking me now, I'm going to read that file
Okay.
before I actually do anything.
You should probably look at it, see if it's encrypted or data bound before you just.
Yeah, that.
So your file is not encrypted or data bombed. There are no data bombs in the foundation, unfortunately. At least I don't think so, right? Has somebody slapped you with a data bomb or encryption in the foundation?
No, I just mean I don't know because it would be on his comm link that was outside it. Maybe it goes away if you took it into the foundation.
That's all fine. You have the file with you that you're going to be updating. Please give me a matrix. Just roll your fucking matrix knowledge. You got 15 dice for that. This isn't host design necessarily. Looks like you've got 3 parts to the code here. One is a bit of boot code that's going to be going into every single one of these cell phones, basically inviting a mark to a set of comlink numbers, cycling through a evidently group of hosts somewhere back corresponding in the real planes. The second part of the code is a long string of zeros and ones that appears to stretch on for about 15 Google bytes of data. It's really weird. It's really primitive too, and there's quite a bit of it, but it's really difficult for you to collate right off the bat, Castle. With 7 hits in Matrix knowledge, you start kind of wondering if this is a root semi-autonomous Nobot code for one of the early AIs, like something Deus era.
Fascinating. I wonder if Marston is spreading his seed.
Yeah, botnet to turn into an AI from the MetaPlanes with the MetaPlanes Foundation as its.
He's becoming a god via the Matrix as an egoist. Fascinating.
All right. So, I mean, we need to, bro. we totally need to take a look at that folder, bro. I could have sworn I parked my
Bro, this
protege out of
folder,
here.
bro?
Yeah, bro. I parked my protege out here, but I can't even remember where, bro.
Bro. He's trying to calm you down as he puts both hands on your shoulder. He pulls a set of keys off the board for Mercedes Benz as he sets that on the counter. He reaches into the desk drawer beside him and produces a large baggie with some bushy looking green cabbage in it. As he says, bro, the Blueberry Kush, bro, and the Mercedes, bro. It's Mr. Henderson's Mercedes, bro. Take a ride, bro. You'll be set.
Bro, that sounds incredible, bro.
Bro.
You're a dude among losers.
I'll swipe the keys off.
I resemble that remark, bro.
And,
Alrighty then. If we grab the keys.
Yeah. And walk off into the. I'm assuming there's a parking lot behind the validation booth where we can, I'm trying to if it's a wireless thing, hopefully flick the button looking like, bro, where's the car at, bro?
Oh,
And that's
bro,
us finding the file.
Bro, you walk up to the third floor of the parking garage before you finally do locate the Mercedes C-Class sedan. No, sorry, did I say sedan? I meant convertible that you find hastily tucked into one of the VIP parking spaces, conveniently close to a number of skid marks on the floor of the parking garage. As you guys hop into the vehicle, turn it on, light up a joint, and begin peeling donuts around the parking garage at about 130 miles an hour.
As we're
Throw
in
me
this
that edit file as you are in the car and have found your file.
Can we throw it as an assisted from one to the other, or do we need to throw it
If that's
solo?
what you want, yeah.
Yeah. Yours is probably higher.
I'm throwing. Dude, I'm totally higher. Let's do this.
Yeah, bro.
Are you sure, bro?
I'll be rolling up the cabbage in the passenger seat, and the passenger seat is return the donuts for the assist.
Now that is an edit. Ooh, 7 successes. Let's see if that is good enough. Ready versus firewall. Holy shit, you get one edit on the file. As something, you hear something pop in the distance as you can hear the crowds cheering, quickly turns to booing as you hear a lot of sirens and screaming coming from over at the racetrack.
Bro, we're busted, bro.
Oh no. What? One of the blades must have broke, bro. We gotta go back. Let's just make sure to put these keys back exactly where I found it. Wink. Because nothing changed.
Definitely wink.
That is my one edit. So
okay.
we edited the file with our sweet fucking donut marks.
Yeah, you have edited the file. You've gotten that bit of code from Marston in here as you return the keys to your stoned comrade in the booth, who doesn't seem to be paying much attention to anything at all besides the joints that he's hand rolling. As you can hear the sounds of a fight between a couple of the large racing women accelerating in distance as you hear slaps and screams, guttural screams coming from a woman who's got a bass that happens to be 30, a windpipe that's got about 15 cubic 15 cubic feet of air draft for her windpipe, anything like that. Yeah. She's
Beautiful.
She's pretty tall. Yeah. She's screaming pretty loudly as the other girl pulls her hair, and they continue to get in a fight. As the beast is no longer calmed. You did get an edit. You passed the fuel pumps at the security control node. You doing anything there?
I mean, we could. I'll be like, bro, I don't know if it's super good that these cop cars could fuel up here, but probably not worth our time. Just got to get back.
Nah, man. You know, I'm only on the 5th joint for the day, so we definitely can still go back to work.
Yeah, bro. That's what I like to hear. You can just run
I
straight
give him
past.
a super radical high five. My puka shell necklace rattles as I run.
Roll
man.
me agility plus intuition to reach into your pocket, Castle. Fantastic. You do actually find this item in your pocket after you do your awesome high five. Something seems to shift, and you suddenly realize, hey, I never checked my pockets. As you reach down into one of the pockets of the Ares Industrious, I'll need a composure check from both you and Pef. Are you comfortable with that level of success, Castle?
All right. You know what? I haven't been at risk of failing anything recently, so I'm gonna hit myself with a reroll.
Yeah. Pep is like pulling out one of the joints. He's like, bro, take it.
Woo. All right. Good thing. Yeah, you get your little high five as you guys continue hustling over to the master control node, acting like you've got a job. As the joint's tuft around, and you can smell other people smoking. Besides you, of course, with your joints in your mouth smoking. You make your way around the track as you see things are a little bit hectic, and you suddenly lose focus and reach in your pockets, Castle, trying to look for a joint or an ID or something, just out of reflexive instinct for a scene of a busy work site. And you find something that feels like a small cloth sack that's about half full of little balls. So, really, the sack is oddly mesmerizing to you as you pull it out of the pocket. It looks heavily worn, as if people have been kicking it in a circle endlessly.
Fuck, bro. Do you want a sack?
Fucking hacky sack, bro.
Wait, no. We gotta report back into work, make sure our boss isn't pissed, and then we sack.
Oh, bro, he's always pissed. Yeah, let's do that though.
All right.
You do manage to maintain your composure and check back in with the pit boss, who appears quite nervous and tells you to get back over to your maintenance station, as the girls are about to blow a big one. Who's ever seen the purple people eater and the lady tigers fight like this? It's unbelievable. As he's kind of breaking into that boxing announcer voice, as the reality seems to be bending and shifting around the sport that the larger women seem to be engaging in at any given time. Roller derby seeming to function normally. However, the beast becomes upset and begins fighting with itself as it threatens to destroy all of reality around you.
Want to calm the beast.
Okay.
What is your logic, by the way?
8 right now.
Okay. Then would you, bro, please assist me?
Yeah, bro. I got you, bro.
Look, Mr. Williamson, dude, everything is gonna be fucking totally chill, all right? I know you haven't hit your limit today, bro. Do you need a joint to help out? The Purple People Eaters are always gonna win.
Yeah, bro. Purple People Eaters for life.
I'm re-rolling that. There we go. That's what I like to see. I just realized, are there limits on? Okay, sweet, and it is a sleaze limit. Okay, so we keep 8 of those hits.
Oh, yeah. You do manage to calm the beast as the two ladies fighting in the middle of the track kind of break up their current argument and return to racing around in circles, finally catching up to each other and then pulverizing each other on proper forward momentum as they continue to race and fight instead of just fight. Nobody shows up to just see women fight. That's ridiculous. It's the racing that brings people into roller derby. Exactly. As we continue down the line here. What's the next move, chummers?
Did we ever figure out what the slave control node was?
No, we haven't. Do you want to try and get control of the manufacturing and stop it? Seems like above and beyond to me. Job we're not really paid for.
No, isn't the slave? Oh no, slave control node is. Sorry, I was thinking of the portal node.
Yeah, portal knows ticket sales.
Then I am going to let's work on some skates for a minute to make sure that we really blend in. And then I will say, oh, bro, it's totally your break time, isn't it, bro?
Bro,
Yeah.
I've been
Let's
on
go
break
watch
time.
the race.
Yeah, I didn't even buy a ticket, dude. Did you hear that new policy? They're not even letting employees watch for free anymore. We gotta go pay, bro.
Whack.
Whack.
Whack! Your supervisor yells across the track as everybody gradually gets their quack in yelling whack. For some reason, that seems to be the counter call of anyone on the racetrack here, as the muscle beauties continue to race around at hyperspeed as the jet engines on their feet propel them at Mach 1 and 2. You guys will make your way out to the scaffolding control node and back out to the portal node. Give me not doing any other commands while you're in here. Just hopping out to the portal and then exiting the node.
Well, I think dropping an anchor would be nice and fun.
Yeah, I'm dropping an anchor for sure.
I also think if we really want to get fancy, we could go and take a look at the slave devices that are attached. But I think that that's kind of going above and beyond and risk for no reason. And
Actually, no, I do have an idea. When we're in the stadium seating,
Scaffolding? True.
yeah. Hey, let's observe the host to see everything else that's attached to it. I mean, I might go mad, but it's interesting. Actually,
Sure.
Actually, you should do it because I don't have any edge.
All right, bro. Let's do it. Can I get an assist from you?
For sure.
Bro, look at this race, bro.
That is one short of a glitch. Whew.
Damn. Okay. Looking out over the host. So you're just doing the observe host action and looking back into the regular base OS operating system that the Hong Kong Power Grid Supply System set up to cover these 4 businesses. In this case, you look out through the foundation of uh, the Comlink company back into the main host and through its slaved and nested systems back out into the other 3 hosts. What you'll see is about, let's see, 40 security cameras between the 4 properties with a number of sensor tags on the inside of them. You can see most of the devices inside the places are active and acting in syncopation with each other, apparently sending signals. You'll see automated drawers opening and responding to other automated drawers and shutting, as it seems like a number of poltergeists are operating in the building. Roll me a logic plus firewall, please.
Fuck, man, I just thought of something. Go ahead, Mr. G. I'm sorry.
Surprising. Okay. So you have about 40 security cameras visible in front of you through the AR field, or at least through the magnificent host view that you get in the insect eyes of the devices attached to the host that you are currently hijacking the control through the scaffolding node. Just in the way it structures for a moment, you see the cameras gradually shift as they rotate and black out. You have a central focus on one camera, and as you watch the blackout cycle through each of the cameras, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, as they turn back on after each of the blackout cycles, it comes to your camera that you have currently hijacked and stuck open with the scaffolding node. This camera does not black out because of the nature of the foundation and the scaffolding coating itself. As the power supply fails due to your command, you watch all the cameras briefly blink out and go black and turn back on, except for your camera again. You watch all the devices stop moving inside the shop above you as all of them cycle again. You see 3 cameras that are currently centered on in the sewer, including a distant view of the 2 of you unconscious and your magician and your face kind of standing over your unconscious bodies. Those 3 cameras become replicated over the entire 40 camera span for a space of about 3 seconds before blacking out and returning to normal cameras, right? So as you see these 40 cameras, you begin seeing cameras black out in front of you, and they spell out a message as the cameras black out.
What's that message?
Message. Bro,
I'll find you.
bro, I don't think this is good, bro.
Bro, so like I'm normally pretty peace and love, but I also don't like being threatened while I'm at work.
That's very true, bro. Work is lame enough.
You know what we should do?
What's that, bro?
We should totally go to the fuel pumps and let the fuel pump guards know that the dudes running the security cameras are being super rude.
Dude, that's true, bro. Those fuel pump bros are true, bro.
I'm in.
All right, bro. Let's do it.
Because we just now observed and we've spotted the gremlins in the cameras, yeah?
That's true. They're there. Peekabooing. So, but they're also coming for our bodies.
I know,
in
which is
short
why I'm going to deploy the fucking militant army at them.
Let's do it, bro. All right, so let's just take off. Let's be like,
Yeah.
bros, did you hear? Party at the fuel pumps, bros. Like,
Yes.
just go running.
I'm in.
Whenever we get there, be like, bros, fuel fight, and just start like picking, like, grab it to be able to access the security control and figure the ice to recognize gremlin activity specifically in the Foundation and launch against them. Can I get an assist?
Alrighty then.
So
Let's
target ice, right?
Yeah, target ice.
Yeah, can you assist? I'll roll
Yeah.
it since I have edge still, but
Well, actually, Mr. GM didn't say.
that's true.
In the observe host, did we spot anything we could target?
Were the gremlins?
No.
I guess. No, I guess.
No,
we
you did
just saw
not
the
see
evidence
any
of them.
icons. What you
Oh.
saw was them taking control of the devices. The gremlins
see.
can't actually change software. They can
I
deal
see.
with hardware, and they can interact with hardware. They can't update your contact list. They can just turn off your phone or turn off the monitor or make it so you can't hear the audio output when you do call up someone on your contact list, right?
Yeah.
I see. Well,
So-
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Do you know what happens to one of these lame bros if the thing they're in gets destroyed, bro?
Dude, I don't know. It's probably pretty bad though.
I bet it hurts, bro.
They essentially possess devices and inanimate objects. The item becomes occupied and gains a device rating equal to their force. However, that's mostly for like object resistance and barrier resistance and stuff like that. It will become unhackable. It's just that the gremlin itself can't use it beyond, say, turning the power off or using brute force control device actions to cycle power off, cut comm calls, and stuff like that.
Okay.
Bro, we could do something really dumb. No, we can't do it. I don't think we're good enough to destroy the host.
I mean, why not, bro? It's only.
It's an R4. I think we'd get our ass kicked though, because you have to succeed 4 times consecutively.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. 4 times in a row would be pretty tough.
Would you like to build or reconfigure the host?
Yeah, I guess we could configure it to knock down its firewall to 4, right? Then he's only throwing 8 dice. We could probably be, if we really wanted to do that.
But if we destroy the host, do we get paid?
Oh, that's true.
Probably not.
Probably not. The only other
Alright.
thing we could, if we actually want to pull money out of here, we could go and do some more donuts, bro.
I mean, yes. First of all, as we have this discussion, I pull out the hacky sack and we start sacking.
Yeah.
And
Sack away in the portal node, the scaffolding node, or the master control node?
I think we're at the point where we just go to the portal node, we get our anchor, and then we bounce.
Yeah, bro. I'm cool with that, bro. I'm pretty fucking sleepy, bro.
I am ready to nod the fuck off. All right.
Yeah, bro.
let's
No
get-
better place than the nosebleeds, bro. Let's get them tickets.
Tickets away.
Uh,
We go to ticket sales.
All right. You bros stroll in here past the little hot dog stands, which are ludicrously priced. Of course, no matter what the Nuyen fee on them is, it's always double what it should be, and then that's quadruple what the actual food cost was on top of the 3 times service fee. So yeah, it's like 20 times, but who cares about that? As you stroll up to the ticket sales booth, hackying between the two of you like madmen as you spin around in circles and do some pretty fancy back kicks, keeping that hacky sack aloft with your expert and dexterous kicks.
And I have 9 agility, so it's possible.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, you will keep that bad boy aloft here as you stroll up to the portal node and begin looking around for wherever that season pass is. You don't really see anything that interesting for a minute, and you try interacting with a few objects until you approach turnstile. And place your hand on the entry turnstile leading back out to the main parking lot and feel an instant rush of power as that turnstile itself is the portal node into the arena of clashing women here at the roller derby extremis.
is there like a trash can nearby or something like that?
Sir, you're in a fantasy reality. There's dozens of trash cans.
Dozens. So
They're
yeah. So
everywhere.
I'll roll
The world is
to
clean.
create anchor. I roll to create anchor and tuck a ticket stub or something next to a trash can where it wouldn't get emptied out as my anchor.
Well, throw it for me then, Sean. 4 hits on your anchor. Getting the same out of castle here.
Yeah, one moment, sorry.
You both pick up the hacky sack briefly after fakely knocking it out, pretending like each other tried to set each other up for a bad shot. Like, what kind of bro does that when you're 76 hackies in as you bend down and pick up and knit a little bit of the stitching there with your pinky nail as you rip one of the little tiny packing foam balls that make up the interior of the hacky sack out and cleverly tuck it behind the frame of the trash can behind a little plastic bag. As you stand back up and re-hacky again, bro, as you try and get the count high, as Castle does the same on his turn. As you both leave anchors in the portal node. What's the next step, Chummers, as you take a look around the atrium at the comings and goings of the various guests headed up to the stadium?
So here's a dumb thing. I currently have an anchor and a host elsewhere, and that host is the Snohomish Knight Errant patrol host.
Okay.
If I try to do the action of move to anchor, what does it feel like is happening? Does it feel like I'm moving?
Is it actually an action?
Yeah. Move to anchor is you teleport from one
Do
anchor
you have to
another
roll for
anchor.
it or nothing?
No, it has no test.
Okay. You are going to move to. You do not feel anything. It feels like you're still inside the foundation as you shift into this other metaphor. However, the energy that suffuses your body still feels the same, even if your body is not physically here, or not even physically in this reality. You're now occupying in the same one reality as the host. Did the foundation ever really exist in reality itself? Was it really the dream of technomancers all along, and it's not actually data inside the foundation? It's just a reflection of the data that exists in the wireless powerless network that exists inside of crashes, and suddenly you have become the main metaphysicist in all of reality who realizes the resonance realm is part of the metaplanes? No, it can't be true.
Fuck, my brain's broken. Bro.
Either way,
This is
bro,
fucking
you
radical.
can't jack out. You could probably exit this foundation back into the host, but you'd have to jack back into the host and get back to your body in a metaplane, hopefully, before it dies. Oh,
So
jack.
I'm gonna move to anchor, move back to my other anchor, which costs me nothing, and now be like, bro, I just took a weird trip and I'm not feeling good. I should probably go home, bro.
Yeah, bro, you're not looking too hot, man. I think that last one really did you in. Let's
All
get
right.
you out of here, bro.
I'm exiting Foundation.
Fantastic. As you guys pop out of the portal node, back into the dim-looking host and back out into AR, as you watch the power coupling for the Hong Kong Kowloon Urban Power District collapse in front of you into a haze of remaining data threads while you disconnect from your direct connection in the induction jack in your arm. You look over at the decker lying beside you, and up at the two faces of the two mages who have brought you this far into the metaplanes. As you watch open space hover by at the ends of the sewer entrances, at this little discombobulated block of Kowloon walled city that was never recovered from 20 years ago.
All right, y'all, bro, y'all, whatever. So heads up, all the security cameras are watching us. They are populated by the Gremlin King. We should get the fuck out.
All right.
Did we do what we were here to do?
Affirmative.
I feel some force trying to get me to call you bro. I don't know what that is.
First of all, it's all of the goodness in the universe talking to you at the same time. I just left heaven to come back here. I hope you all appreciate it.
Yeah, now let's fucking leave hell and get back home.
Yep.
All right. How much time do we have on the clock?
Yeah, whenever we look at our watches, what does it say?
You watched you guys as hackers pass out for less than 30 seconds. You're still at about 5 hours.
All right. Let's fucking book it back to the warrior planes.
Before I actually take off, I'll turn to Castle and be like, bro, we got to do all of that in 30 seconds. Like, fuck this, bro. And take
This is
off after
amazing.
him.
All right. Are y'all feeling all right, or?
I turn off all of my shit, like everything electronic that is even because, and just remind everyone to do so. And I'm also trying to think of, I want, as soon as we get out of here, I want the mages to assense all of the stuff for the fucking gremlins. Like, assense the shit out of it.
Well,
Because
I never stopped sensing this whole time, so any
I
kind
just
of
want to make
changes.
sure we didn't catch. I wanted to make sure we didn't catch the infection. That
Can I observe in detail and take a?
Yeah, you would have spotted had they actually come into the sewer. They did spot you, however, the Gremlin King did not have any extra devices to occupy on your bodies, and he did not have any spare gremlins currently with the factory upstairs since you did not shut that down. Things would have gone differently. Started tampering with the actual slave node.
So what are
Let's see.
they up to down here, or do we have time to discuss that as we leave?
I would like to exit, and we can talk about it as we're in the eternal warring hell plane of insects.
That sounds like a much more appropriate venue for this kind of conversation.
Fair enough.
Yeah, give me an sensing roll now that you're actually trying to track your way back out of the plane of dreams and onto the golden pathway, bisecting the metaplanes. As you leave this little section of China, climbing up back against the sewer and down into a pit of open sewage that opens up into the extra dimensional shifting reality of a single tormented house amidst the plane of shadows and dreams.
I'm going to drop my increased reflexes.
You guys can all have an edge back for completing your first objective.
I'll spin it on rerolling that.
Yeah, might as well too, just in case. So both of us got 7.
Oh yeah, you guys will be able to pilot out and follow even your own astral signatures back down into the Metabellas and down into the warrior plains across from the fields of battle as you make your way back through the jungle, avoiding the Anansi. You manage to make your way back to that single portal and will be popping back out into reality. Let's see, at about, let's see, it takes an hour. It's gonna be about 4:24 in the morning. Congratulations, you have survived the odd job. You pop out into the cave system where Henry Darvey sits next to the crumpled and exsanguinated body of that old homeless woman. The figure of Tsitsi is gone. The spirit who occupied her briefly and opened that astral gateway evidently did not want to hang out and see what happened later on as the gateway closes behind you and you look up at the smiling face of the orc who sits in front of you. I trust you guys got it all done.
Absolutely, partner. We don't finish jobs undone.
That's right,
Hey,
done and done, Chummer.
Good. I can let them know I didn't need a retainer for number 2. Fantastic. I will see you guys. I already sprayed some C² over here and over here if you feel a need. If you don't trust me, of course, there's a spray bottle over there if you want to finish up. I don't think anybody's coming out to check this site, though. Better luck next time. He walks away very promptly after turning around and gets out of the cave. Go ahead.
Quickly, am I within range, like telepathic range of my familiar?
Yes, you are.
Did it? I want an update now, as best as I can understand what happened that it observed. Like, did anything untoward or strange happen that it can recall?
It says nobody else came to the site while you were gone. And it just smelled that some lady died shortly after it stopped smelling you at the site.
Good enough, I guess. Well, job well done. I guess we.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
team.
Collect payment and get out of there. Do we need to get back in Johnson for the second? In touch with Johnson for the second half, or did
We know we figured out that Marston was the J, right?
You did.
Yes, you did.
some people did?
I'm just gonna call Marston,
Okay.
like his actual comp, not that.
As soon as you're out of the company of the rest of the team, or as soon as you're back in the meat plains in the company of the rest of these runners? Why are you doing this?
In the meat planes when we get back out, just to let him know personally that the job's done. And as kind of a flex of like, yeah, we figured out who you are.
Somebody's trying to get shot in their sleep.
All right. Like, you're going to really call an AI and say that to him? After he just secured his own contract for his extension of life in the metaplanes?
I mean, never mind.
Probably best to keep that one under your hat.
I mean, you know he's got power, and you just helped him add to that power, and now you're going to threaten that power?
I'm not threatening him. Just saying, hey, what's up? I know you.
I mean, sure, you want to come off super chummy, you can do that as well.
Yeah.
In this case, guys, you have earned 25,000 Nugen, 6 karma, 2 chips for use in upgrading your contacts or calling in favors with them, as the case may be. And fortunately, your Cyberdex did not run you more than a day rental. So I think those 2 chips are definitely going to help Castle and Path a little bit, right?
I didn't have to rent one. I just
Yeah, he hitchhiked.
I just
Oh,
touched.
yeah, that's right.
I was just rocking my Ren Raku.
Okay, so hold on. So we get 25,000 total
Mhm.
on top of the so another 1,200, 12,500.
12,500,
Okay, and then how much karma was that?
6 karma and 2 chips. And in this case, you'll have a couple contacts available for purchase. It is Alfred Marston and Mr. Quigley.
Hmm.
And the
Pass.
slush,
probably.
what's left in the slush fund goes back.
Yeah, we don't get to keep
And
that.
there's not much because
Yeah.
we spent a whole bunch of it on
Yeah,
nice watches.
2,460. Yeah.
Nice magical watches. Which
Supposedly magical watches.
depends on how you approach the Gremlin King, how those watches might have turned out for you. There was a lot of options with this story if we go behind the curtain, but that's not really relevant here as I get you contact deals for all these delicious contacts you might have earned.
I had an
Lag
emergency
Demon, you
fund.
still listening? Oh, I think we're good to cut the stream if you are set on the recording, bud.